Okay, check mic, check mic. Harvest and Carbo Grow Photosynthesis Enhancers adalah teknologi untuk menangani ketidakcekapan proses fotosintesis. Harvest mengandungi nanoteknologi karbon yang boleh membantu tumbuhan untuk menyerap lebih banyak cahaya. Ia juga mampu mengurangkan perbelanjaan utiliti, pertanian dan membantu mengoptimumkan
that I need.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin, I would like to invite everyone who are still outside the hall to kindly make your way into the hall as we're starting soon. And a couple of announcements. Number one is, of course, to Yang berusaha Puan Zulira Abu Bakar, Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif Meranti, Pegawai-Pegawai Kanan Mosti, pengurusan tertinggi jabatan-jabatan dan agensi kerajaan, barisan speaker jemputan, rakan-rakan media, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang dihormati sekalian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, salam sejahtera dan salam Malaysia Madani. Bagi pihak Musti, kami ingin mengucapkan selamat datang ke Sidang Kemuncak Tahun Pengkomersialan Malaysia 2023 atau lebih dikenali sebagai Malaysia Commercialisation Year MCY Summit 2023. Tepukan kepada pihak Musti. A round of applause to Musti, ladies and gentlemen. Tepukan kepada pihak Musti kerana sekali lagi menjayakan persidangan ini. Baiklah, sebelum kita meneruskan majlis, izinkan saya mempersilakan Yang Berusaha Encik Muhammad Mukri bin Abdullah Zawawi dari Meranti untuk memimpin bacaan doa. Dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karimi wa azimi sultanik. Ya Allahu ya Rahman ya Rahim, kami menzahirkan rasa kesyukuran atas segala nikmat yang telah Engkau berikan. Maka dengan keizinanmu, acara Sidang Kemuncak Malaysia Commercialisation Year 2023 pada hari ini dapat kami laksanakan. Justru, naungilah majlis kami pada hari ini dengan rahmat dan keberkatan, terhindar daripada musibah dan ujian. Ya Allahu ya Rahim, limpahkanlah kepada negara kami nikmat keamanan yang berkekalan, dikurniakan para pemimpin yang adil, prihatin, amanah dan beriman. Juga rakyat yang setia kepada negara, lagi bertakwa kepada Tuhan. Dihindari daripada kemaksiatan, jenayah, rasuah dan kezaliman. Engkau jauhkanlah juga kami daripada bala bencana, perpecahan, permusuhan dan wabak penyakit yang memusnahkan. Terus memajukan dunia ini dengan teknologi yang mampan, berteraskan keteguhan iman dan kekal menjaga adat ketimuran, agar rakyat dan negara kami mendapat manfaat dan kesejahteraan yang berpanjangan. Dan jadikanlah negara kami yang berteraskan wadah Malaysia Madani yang harmoni sebagai negara yang makmur lagi diberkati Tuhan. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Terima kasih Encik Muhammad Mukri. Para hadirin sekalian, untuk mengetahui pengisian penganjuran MCY Summit 2023 secara lebih mendalam, izinkan saya mempersilakan Ketua Setiausaha Musti yang berbahagia, Datuk Teknologis Dr. Haji Hamiduddin bin Hasim untuk menyampaikan ucapan alu-aluan beliau. Silakan Datuk.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Terima kasih pengacara majlis. Yang berhormat Chang Leh Kang, Menteri Sains, Teknologi dan Inovasi, my boss. Yang berhormat Rafizi Ramli, Menteri Ekonomi, also my boss. Dan nak kat bajet ni Yang berusaha, yang bahagia Datuk Teknologis Dr. Muhammad Nur Azman Hassan, TKSU Pembangunan Teknologi. Yang berusaha Puan Ruziah Syafi'i, TKSU Perancangan dan Pemberdayaan Sains Mosti, yang berusaha Puan Zulira Abu Bakar, CEO Meranti, pegawai-pegawai kanan kerajaan yang dapat hadir pada hari ini, barisan speaker jemputan, our esteemed speakers, rakan-rakan media, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang dihormati sekalian. Alhamdulillah, bersyukur kita kehadiran Allah SWT kerana dengan izinnya dapat kita sama-sama pada pagi ini dalam majlis pelancaran Sidang Kemuncak Tahun Pengkomersialan Malaysia MCY Summit 2023. Dan saya juga ingin mengambil peluang ini mengucapkan selamat datang kepada semua dan juga merakamkan ucapan penghargaan kepada seluruh warga Musti dan agensi-agensi serta rakan-rakan yang telah bertungkus lumus menjayakan program ini, khususnya kepada Sekretariat MCY. Mesti melalui sinergi bersama para penyelidik, para inovator, para usahawan, teknologi telah memperkasakan pelaksanaan inisiatif Tahun Pengkomersialan Malaysia ataupun MCY, Malaysia Commercialisation Year, yang dilaksanakan sejak tahun 2016. MCY bertujuan melonjakkan lagi pengkomersialan hasil penyelidikan, pembangunan dan juga inovasi R&D&I yang khususnya dibiayai oleh kerajaan untuk menembusi pasaran tempatan, kemudiannya ke global. Sejak tahun 2016 sehingga kini, pelbagai program fasilitasi intervensi yang telah kita jalankan di bawah platform MCY seperti sesi bimbingan, pitching, pendanaan, penyertaan dalam pameran dan juga expo bagi meningkatkan lagi aktiviti pengkomersialan hasil R&D&I tempatan. Para penyelidik, inovator dan usahawan teknologi perlu melalui proses saringan melalui siri-siri bengkel due diligence yang diadakan setiap tahun untuk dinilai tahap kesediaan teknologi produk, teknologi dan juga perkhidmatan bagi menentukan jenis fasilitasi ataupun interventions yang sesuai dan tahap pengkomersialan. Sehingga tahun lepas 2022 sejumlah 1,110 produk ataupun teknologi dan juga perkhidmatan telah melalui proses due diligence ini. Pelaksanaan bengkel due diligence ini akan diteruskan sebagai usaha pengurusi dalam mengenal pasti hasil R&D&I yang dibiayai kerajaan dan memenuhi kriteria untuk disenaraikan sebagai KPI khas MCY. Setelah disenaraikan sebagai KPI khas MCY, produk tersebut, teknologi dan perkhidmatan tersebut ni akan kita nilai bantu selanjutnya oleh panel untuk menentukan penerimaan anugerah MCY. Seterusnya, produk, teknologi dan perkhidmatan ini juga berpeluang untuk menyertai pelbagai program pembangunan kapasiti, aktiviti padanan, perniagaan dan juga promosi yang dijalankan oleh MOSTI ataupun pihak-pihak berkepentingan lain. Dan kadang-kadang kita salurkan kepada agensi-agensi ataupun benda-benda kerajaan yang akan mengadakan program-program yang serupa. Inisiatif ini adalah selari dengan tagline MOSTI, merakyatkan sains dan menginsankan teknologi. Bagi meningkatkan lagi visibility produk, teknologi ataupun perkhidmatan kepada bakal pelabur dan juga pemain industri, portal MCY telah dinaik taraf dengan tambahan modul business directory dan juga business matching bagi melaksanakan padanan perniagaan dan meningkatkan lagi keboleh pasaran di peringkat tempatan dan juga global. MCY telah mengorak langkah ke arah MCY 3.0 dengan menekankan kepada inisiatif pengkomersialan R&D&I ke peringkat global melalui MCY Goes Global yang akan mempertingkatkan lagi usaha bagi membantu hasil R&D&I tempatan menembusi pasaran antarabangsa. Kejayaan yang dicapai dalam MCY 2.0 akan diteruskan kesinambungannya dalam MCY 3.0 sehingga tahun 2025. Seiring dengan matlamat MCY 3.0, MOSTI telah menyertai pameran serta expo antarabangsa bersama syarikat-syarikat KPI khas MCY. Secara keseluruhannya, 411 syarikat ataupun institusi telah menyertai 14 pameran di dalam ataupun di luar negara dan menerima sebanyak 2,139 business inquiry serta 4,971 business leads pada tahun 2022. Melalui penyertaan ini, kita harap dapat membantu syarikat-syarikat tempatan untuk mendapatkan lagi akses pasaran antarabangsa serta menjana pulangan pelaburan dan perdagangan. Berkaitan dengan MCY Summit 2023, MCY Summit kali ini dilaksanakan bersama Meranti selaku rakan strategik dengan tema Supercharge Your Way to Impact yang akan berlangsung selama 2 hari, hari ini dan hari esok, dan Meranti bertindak sebagai pusat senti bagi pengkomersialan dan pemindahan teknologi di bawah inisiatif Technology Commercialization Accelerator TCA. Banyak program, pelbagai program menarik telah disusun sepanjang 2 hari ini seperti pameran, pocket talk, persidangan, pitching dan juga padanan perniagaan dalam memastikan semua pihak mendapat manfaat yang maksimum serta berimpak tinggi. Dan kita mensasarkan 5,000 pengunjung ke MCY kali ini yang melibatkan lebih kurang 60 pempamer produk, teknologi dan perkhidmatan hasil R&D&I tempatan. Saya amat kagum dengan hasil R&D&I tempatan yang begitu kreatif yang dijangka boleh meningkatkan lagi kualiti hidup rakyat Malaysia selaras dengan teras daya cipta dalam Malaysia Madani. Akhir kata, sekali lagi saya ingin mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih dan mengharapkan komitmen serta sokongan daripada semua pihak berkepentingan dalam ekosistem pengkomersialan agar segala perancangan yang ditetapkan mencapai objektif dan berjalan lancar. Besarlah harapan Musti agar platform yang disediakan ini boleh dimanfaatkan sepenuhnya sebagai wadah untuk para penggubal dasar, pembiaya, penyelidik, usahawan, pelabur dan juga pengguna membina jaringan yang strategik bagi merancangkan lagi aktiviti pengkomersialan produk R&D negara. Bulat air kerana pembentung, bulat manusia kerana muafakat. Semoga kita semua dapat bekerjasama dengan lebih erat dalam menghadapi segala cabaran ke arah membina sebuah negara bangsa yang maju, bersatu padu, sejahtera dan berteknologi tinggi menjelang tahun 2030. Sekalian, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih yang berbahagia Datuk Teknologis Dr. Haji Aminuddin bin Hasim, Ketua Setiausaha Musti. Baiklah hadirin dan dihormati sekalian, seterusnya tibalah masa untuk sesi dialog menteri dan memandangkan sidang kemuncak ini juga dihadiri oleh delegasi antarabangsa. Sesi dialog menteri ini akan dikendalikan dalam bahasa Inggeris. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, one of the key highlights for MCY 2023 is the ministerial dialogue on the topic of the economics of innovation, a whole of government approach towards innovation perpetuity. So this session brings together the Minister of Economy and the Minister of MOSTI, where they're going to discuss and strategize on how to accelerate Malaysia's economic growth towards perpetual innovation. And this is done through effective integration of science, technology, and innovation. So this session aims to foster collaboration between the two ministries. And I believe this is not the first collaboration that MOSTI and Minister of Economy has done. So we're going to delve more into this after this. So without further ado, allow me to invite Yang Berhormat Tuan Chang Lee Kang, the Minister of MOSTI, and Yang Berhormat Tuan Rafizi Ramli, the Minister of Economy. They got in and straight to the job. Once again, thank you so much, Yang Berhormat. Yang Berhormat, thank you so much for joining us. We know how hectic your schedules are, especially coming this week. So a lot has been discussed, of course, over the years. And this is not your first collaboration, as we've mentioned, but it's, of course, an interesting dynamics when you combine two really powerful ministries and the potential that you can unveil to the innovators and the whole ecosystem as a whole. So, YB Chang, if I can start with you. 2 years ago, we have launched the National Policy on Science, Technology and Innovation, and there are key index percentage that goes with that, with the gross rate for innovation. So how far have we come since then?
Okay, thank you very much. Just first of all, before starting, I would like to thank everyone for attending this MCY Summit 2023, especially YB Rafizi. Despite his very busy schedule, but there's a reason why we invite him here, because this is 2 days before budget screening. So, okay, we come back to GERD, government expenditure on R&D. Of course, if you look at the numbers today, you see a very bleak picture. But if you ask me whether we are on track, I would say yes. Our target is 3.5% of GRD by 2030. Now is 2023. We have another 7 years to go. And of course, from 1% to 3.5 is something, it's a tall order, I would say, but it's doable. Just to share with all of you today, all of you here today, in fact, in the cabinet, this was discussed, and the Prime Minister himself has committed that this government is going to increase GRD. So I think the most important thing is how to work together with all the government institution, government research institution, and also our higher learning institution, and also like our agencies like Academic Science Malaysia, etc., to work hand in hand to increase our growth in time to come. And of course, Economy Ministry also play a very important role. So we hope in coming budgets, maybe gradually, we can slowly increase our expenditure in R&D, because it's very important. I can give you an example. If you look at how much other countries spend on R&D, then you can see whether it will create a good outcome. For instance, Korea is spending 4.5%, 4.55, and Israel also 4.5-ish. So you look at the level of their technology and also innovation development. Of course, they are way ahead of us, and this is not by luck, because this is how they spend their money on R&D. And if you look at private corporation also, you can see how people succeed. For instance, Huawei spend about 12 to 15% every year. For the past 2-3 years, they're spending even more on R&D because of the sanction. So I think you can see how successful they are, and it's not by luck. So this is my some of my view on growth. Okay, but the most important thing is we are on track. Okay, thank
YB
you.
Rafizi, YB Chang mentioned funding 3 times when he was answering the first question. You have posed this question a couple of months ago. Let's just retract it back to startups. You have a very sound background from startups. Is it really funding, or is it the product?
It's both. But I think we tend to focus on just one every time we want to justify why we are not where we should have been. And it's a lot easier in our society to blame it on funding. But it's actually both, you know. And I wouldn't say it's a chicken and egg issue, but we have to work hand in hand together. And that's why the ecosystem is more important than rather how much you spend or whether we give enough assistance or not. And after all, everything that we will discuss here, everything about the kind of economy that we want to grow, it all comes back to innovation. And in my view, and having gone through this myself, trying to prove that, because just for the benefits of some of our colleagues from overseas, for example, I started my career in huge corporations, managing billions of budgets year after year. So up to a certain point in my life, about 6-7 years ago, I said, first I wanted to learn about the digital economy, about startups. It was exciting. So I took a break from politics and threw myself a challenge, which was how difficult could it have been, you know. It's like, surely if you run multinational type of operation, you could have pulled a startup quite quickly. It wasn't easy because we operate in a completely different environment and the challenges are different. But it all comes back to innovation, you know. And necessity is always the mother of all innovation. So it's always about the sweet spot between having an ecosystem, and by that it means the funding, the technical capability, the mindset, the culture acceptance to commercialization and to new ideas, to risk-taking, is always about having just the right level of each and everything, so that on the one hand, we challenge our players enough for them to step up and to think big and to strive for it without being complacent, yet at the same time we don't suffocate them because they just don't know where to start. And I think that's where hopefully MOSTI, my ministry, KKD, MOF, these are the 4 ministries that are involved in the whole ecosystem. Hopefully we can do better. Funding is good, but we also have to be careful not to create that complacency, because then it will create a sense of entitlement. Just because I think I'm smarter than others and I throw some jargons, therefore I deserve this much and that much. Because it's a sure way to make sure that we are stuck with just thinking and proof of concept and never ever go to the market. Because without going to the market, and the proof of the pudding is really about how the product can grow and scale up in the market. So finally, if I pass you back, I know Lee Kang keeps on mentioning about funding and budget. Just for clarity, my ministry has the custodianship of the funding for development expenditure. So it's like he's been pitching on the stage for the last 10 minutes. So basically, funding, grants, everything, it will come to my ministry and we'll have an overview about everything. What we want to do is to strike that balance between being extremely supportive, creating the ecosystem, yet not creating an entitled mindset among our players. Because at the end of the day, you have to succeed in the market. And no amount of government funding will be successful unless it comes with the right product market fit.
That's something to be thought of by any innovators in our room here. Can you have your hands up? Innovators? Well, okay, maybe they're all at the innovation booth. YB Chang, we talked a lot about the conducive ecosystem, perpetual innovation. What exactly does MOSTI aspire to include or encompass in this inclusive or conducive ecosystem for innovation?
Well, I think Rafizi has mentioned just now, it's not all about funding, but conducive ecosystem is even more important. In fact, what MOSTI can do is to connect all the dots. As many other ministries or agencies, usually people work in silo. They are just thinking about their own products, their own research, etc. But seldom we work together and we just conveniently ignore the power of cooperation and collaboration. So I think MOSTI can play this role, and of course, in terms of policy facilitation, we also play a big role. Besides funding, because we have seen a lot of good products, good innovation, but a lot of people are just hoping to get government funds for them to continue in their research or developing their products. But just to share with all of you here, government fund is very limited, and for us, we can't fund every single good product or good innovation. We can only fund some of the products or some of the innovations, and we hope it could be a success story for the government. So that is why a lot of you who are good, very good in your field, who have created good products, but still you couldn't get fund because resources are scarce. So besides funding, what do we do? As I say, policy facilitation. For instance, we just launched My STI in June. What is My STI? Basically, My STI is to help our local technology startup, homegrown technology, to be prioritized in government procurement. Of course, our tech startup, if they might have good products, they might have good innovation, but in terms of commercialization, in terms of price advantage, maybe you can't fight MNCs who are there and they have economy of skill, who are there for years. So we launched My STI, and it's a pilot. We are piloting with 10 ministries, so that if we have a procurement, and that procurement we have good local tech startup, we prioritize because this is the way to help local startup, because in the startup ecosystem there are a lot of complaints about homegrown technology not being recognized by the government, but recognized by other government. Then only they come back, then only they flourish after they got recognized by foreign government. So I think government should play a bigger role in helping our startup. So this is how we improve our startup ecosystem.
So, YB Rafizi, if I may ask, from what YB Chang has said just now, how do you link what's lined up in the 12th Malaysia plan and we link it to the national science policy?
We obviously have ambitions that we have to grow at a certain speed, GDP-wise. We have to change the composition of our workforce away from low skill and semi-skill to higher skill. So at the apex of it, obviously, we can only do this if our economy is driven more and more by innovation. So that's given. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to tell that anyone who plans for the economy to drive and harness the value of innovation and of technology-based companies. Of course, our challenge in so many years is that we've had this in our policy forever. But every time we go from one 5-year plan to another, if we are not careful, we tend to be dragged down by the details and specifics of why it was difficult. So we got bogged down, basically. So we don't have a problem in terms of the aspirations. We have a problem in terms of pulling everything together. And this is where I've always been quite apprehensive if every time we talk about innovation, startups, digital and technology-based economy, we look at it from top down. It has to change, that it has to work from bottom up. It's the kind of people who on day-to-day basis is intrigued and inspired by how they could do things better. And there will always be a market when you have a viable product, even at the lowest level. I give you one example. Malaysia's businesses, the largest composition of Malaysia's businesses and enterprises are basically F&B, food and beverages. Small stalls here and there, small F&B outlets. If you go to YouTube and you compare the kind of small innovation that our peers in this region had been able to roll out at the lowest level of society, there's a big gap. We are still doing things, the same thing, the same processes at F&B outlets for the last 30, 40 years, Whereas our friends in Thailand, in Indonesia, they have really started using small machines here and there. Now, that propel the kind of mentality and eagerness that breaks the barrier, the mindset that innovation is actually quite easy to do. And then the funding for those kinds of innovation is a lot smaller than the kind of fundings that we start talking at the highest level of government. So we have to fix that, and fixing that means it has to involve as many people as possible, the small people all over the place. And this is where it has always been a challenge for policymakers, and therefore, if we are not careful, it's very easy to fall into the trappings. And the biggest trapping is these two phrases that I think a lot of people who have dealt with me are so sick and tired, because I kept repeating it, especially during budget review, which is number one, we have to move the needle. Whatever we do, whatever funding, whatever initiative, the collective sum has to move the needle. Because otherwise, we repeat what most probably we have been doing at government agencies, at research institutions, at ministries, which is we tick the boxes. So long as we can tell ourselves that I've done enough because this is, it meets policy, it falls and align with the national policies on science, on economy, so long as I spend this amount of money and I tick boxes and we tell ourselves that we are good, when it's not really pervasive because on the ground, because it doesn't move the needle. And therefore, the design of policy, all the way from programs and initiatives, even all the way to funding, must always prioritize scale over everything else. The design has to be able to answer this question. Is this going to be scalable? How are we going to scale it? How many people will be brought into this ecosystem? And I think if and when we do this, then we have a higher chance to succeed, because it's one whole nation approach. Everyone is involved and is no longer confined to this hall or some people who just happen to be in a position to work on innovation. So that's I think our challenge, and that's what we are trying to address, and that's how we've gone a bit more unconventional lately. Mosti and my ministry have been looking at ways at how we want to get more people involved and break down this mental block that innovation is something very difficult to do, because the best of innovation usually starts very small and it has that pervasive effect of bringing as many people as possible into it. Until we get there, then there's always the question of how much money government is pumping into the economy to spearhead innovation, when what should have happened is that government's funding is catalytic in an environment where there's already enough private funding because it makes business sense. And that's hopefully how we will align, and we will focus through budget review especially. So I'm sorry if I'm a lot harsher on what can be spent or not spending. I'm all for spending, but get the best value of it so that it's scalable and we can see immediate impact on the ground.
YB Chang, would you like to add on to what YB Rafizi said? Because there's also the Global Innovation Index competitiveness that Malaysia aims to improve, and the target is top 20 by 2025. So what would you like to add on to what YB Rafizi has said?
In fact, I don't know who made this target.
Most probably my ministry.
20 out of how many though?
Because it's quite it's not impossible, but it's a tall order, I would say, because in the past 10 years, we have been hovering at 30s, in the 30, 34, 36. So in 2 years' time, to achieve top 20 is not easy, but it's possible. I think if you are, if you are aware and if you are familiar with government culture, the government agency culture, you know, we are all working in silo, sometimes very territorial, and this is not good for this GII, this Global Innovation Index, because this is cross-ministry, and it's not only by MOSTI, although we are the coordinating ministry, but this GII has more than 80 indicators, and across all ministries, including Ministry of Education, Ministry of Higher Education, Ministry of Human Resources, and whatnot. So mostly, what we can do is we need to pull everyone together, work together, and to monitor where are the indicators that we can improve. For instance, I just mentioned we can improve in terms of GRD, government expenditure on R&D, and we also could improve in other ways by connecting all the related ministries. For instance, education and higher education on STEM education, because GII also put a very, I would say, a lot of weightage on talent, science, technology-related talent. So this is how we can work together, and I hope with the new government we will have a new culture, so that in time to come, not only in monitoring GII, but also in other areas, all ministries can work together without thinking that, oh, you are intruding into my territory, because this is, I would say, this is bad for the country. Yeah.
YB Chang and maybe Rafizi, maybe you both can answer this. Regardless of, you know, there were changes of government back then, but let's just say you, YB Chang, is reassigned to another ministry after this. There comes the legacy continuation. You know, another minister comes in, oh, I want to have these rules. So that perpetual word that we keep talking about, that sometimes, even when there's no government change, when there's a minister change, the continuity of a certain project or a certain plan sometimes get impacted along the way, either a good way or a bad way. Maybe YB Rafizi could give some comment on this.
It's in any organization. This is not unique to government, to be frank, you know. For those of you who come, especially larger organizations, bosses come and go. And you can always compare two types of bosses. First, they come and go, and they just see themselves as a quick win turnaround manager. So they focus on rebranding, they focus on showing huge impact financially or operationally in the beginning. But if those changes are not institutionalized, either in terms of policies, frameworks, and more importantly, it's not cascaded down to the organizations in terms of a higher sense of purpose, then it's not permanent. It moves on, the whole thing collapses, and the new guys will come, and that process continues. It's the same, basically, in the private sector. So it's a function of a sound policy framework that survives administrations. And you can only have it if it delivers results and it's altruistic in nature. Is because it is for the good of the nation that this policy framework makes sense, because it's difficult for anyone who comes after you to argue against it, because there's nothing for vested interest in it. it benefits as many people as possible, and is translated into a higher macro numbers. So that's very important to me. A sound policy framework must be altruistic in nature for it to survive successive administration. And by altruistic, it also means it is as inclusive as possible, and that's why you need to bring as many agencies, stakeholders into it. Because then when people feel that they have a stake in it, then it's in their best interest to defend and grow it. So that's in terms of policy design. But the other part that I think is more challenging and more out of our control when administration change is that the minister who comes must be passionate about it. It's not just a job assignment. It has to be because it is his or her area of expertise. It is something that he or she believes in, and therefore he or she, when we inherit a good and sound policy framework, we will continue to drive it at the same pace as our predecessors have. And we spend less time politicking and picking just to differentiate and to avoid reinventing the wheel. We spend more time adding success to it layer after layer, so that from one administration to another, you then get the momentum that was intended when the policy was first crafted. And I hope this administration resets the whole approach to continuity in policy, because I think we are younger. We want to retire early.
Relatively.
Yeah, and therefore most probably we will spend more time being a private member of society, being on the outside. A reminder to myself and Lee Kang, it is in our best interest to make sure that we leave a good policy framework, prove that it can be done, so that people who come after us will continue, because otherwise we will be cursed for many, many years when we cannot do anything because we are on the outside. And I've seen enough that one of the things that I don't think any ministers would want to do in any administration is to keep coming back to fix things that you didn't fix the first time around. So, and there's also a personal dimension to it. If we do this, and I think people who come after us will just grow, and that's how nation is built. And you know, it's my responsibility, and Lee Kang and the other ministers being a lot younger, to prove that it can be done, that you can leave a good job, a good policy, you can inspire people in your team and people who come after you, so that you can retire peacefully and know when to leave when the time comes.
Can I just share a little bit on this? I think policy continuity and perpetuity is very important, especially in a ministry like MOSTI, because we are dealing with science and technology, and there should be a political. Just to share with all of you, most of the roadmaps that is in place now, that are in place now, it's not done by me. It's not even launched by me. It's from who? Well, I wouldn't say it's from who, because in the past 5 years I have 3 predecessors. So in science and technology, we shouldn't be competing on this is my baby or this is your baby, but we just need to focus in what is good for the country, what is good for the nation. Well, as Rafizi has rightly put it, I don't want to be cursed after I leave office. Thank you.
And I'm sure our Secretary General, Deputy Secretary General have seen enough journeys for them to continue to champion what the ministries have done. YB Chang, still to revert to what you said just now, how much of your own ideas that you get to contribute to enrich these policies that have been laid down for you? Yeah, how much of your own ideas or your own policies, being in MOSTI, how much of your own ideas and aspirations that you get to contribute so far to enrich this policy that was given?
For the past 7 months, I'm I'm very happy working with the very able team in MOSTI, and I wouldn't say anything is the only I'm the only source of the idea, because in science and technology and innovation especially, there is no idea solely from one person. It's from the team. So I'm lucky, I'm fortunate to have an able team in the ministry, and of course there are some focus areas that I would like to work on. For instance, my STI is a good one, and I'm really passionate about it. And there are also some initiative that is not launched by me, or is not ideated by me, but I think it's good. Like for instance, the TCA, Tech Commercialization Accelerator, and also the NTIS National Technology and Innovation Sandbox. I think those are good initiatives, and for sure I'm going to continue with this initiative. So I can't say I own any idea, but so far everything that we do is a concerted effort and a teamwork from my ministry. Thank you.
YB Cheng and YB Rafizi, you both came in just after we just sort of not recovered, trying to come back up again after the pandemic. How do you think this has affected the innovation industry, especially from the Minister of Economy, with people lining up asking for assistance?
Well, the best thing that ever come out of COVID is for innovation. It was very difficult to change society's behavior, but the pandemic really had changed a lot of things. I sounded harsh, I think, to the public sector if we were to take credit too much for the rate of digitalization in the last 2 years. Because yes, government have policies, yes, governments move here and there, but by and large, it was a pandemic. The pandemic forced us to rethink and behave differently. And suddenly, years and years of public sector's efforts to bring about awareness, about adoption, about digitalization, about innovation, when people were forced to go through it, many things that were not possible before is possible. Take, for example, B2B products. It was very difficult prior to pandemic to convince SMEs especially to digitalize or to adopt some of the platforms, SaaS-related platforms, because they see technology and digital products as something too expensive, too complicated, and they are too busy running on day-to-day basis. Their business is about survival on day-to-day basis. But as they acclimatize to this, I suppose a lot of the SMEs themselves started to see the value in changing the way that they operate. So the challenge is an opportunity, because on the one hand, we've moved from talking about awareness to a stage where we want to capture the opportunity created out of COVID to accelerate, commercialization, adoption better. But there lies also other challenges, because we have a fired up startup founders and inventors who think that they have 1 billion Bezos idea. So everyone thinks they can be Jeff Bezos, and it's quite difficult to tell people that it's a lot more difficult than what you say. Having an idea is a good start, but there's a series of enablers and capabilities that we need to acquire ourselves before you can convince a venture capitalist or a government agency to fund you. So that's why we have to be able to streamline existing policies, respond to the surge in interest in innovation and digitalization and startups, because we cannot lose this opportunity. It's very difficult for public sector to widen participation to get a much wider talent pool, because that was our problem before. Our talent pool was very small. And then because of the success rate is also very small, all the way from ideation to proof of concept, to funding your prototype, to getting to MVP, to go to the market, to scaling up, and to go to new markets. That is very difficult, and you have to walk down this, valley of death, of making sure that your product and your innovation at least survive a financially viable stage before it can scale up. Most startups or most innovations basically died in that valley of death. And in the case of Malaysia in the past, we started with a small pool to begin with, so most people died there, and therefore it was very difficult to see one or two that ever went off. Now that we have a much larger pool, because we have a much higher interest, and people think that, I can do this, I can understand why we should do certain things, and they want to have a go at it. So we've solved the pool issue, hopefully, and we can only grow that pool bigger and bigger. Now we have to harness this through the right programs, the right mentality, the right enablers, so that we can start having more that pass through the valley of death, and then our whole ecosystem can be aligned to the right stages with the right programs and funding. And that's exactly what we are doing. Mostly my ministry, KKD, and all the other agencies have been at each other's throat for the last 2 months, trying to streamline into one single window. Because that is important, to align and dedicate the right agency and the right programs at the right stage and for the right reason, so that we have this functioning funnel all the way from the right pool to the right, valley of death stage to graduating into the market. And this is possible because of that 2 years pandemic. And I look back to that 2 years is perhaps a pivotal moment in our journey towards innovation and having more startups. But we don't have much time. We need to tap into the excitement and have early successes, so that then we can grow the pool and we can retain the interest in the years to come.
Which is why MCY is great, because not only you celebrate innovators, you get to all these cutting-edge, revolutionary products and services and innovations. YB, you're walking down the exhibition grounds just now, all these award-winning, innovators, they have a lot to offer. But how do we expand a lot more when it comes to maybe ASEAN integration?
Yeah, of course. Global prominence is also one of our target. You see, if you are good, we hope to help help you to flourish. And helping you to flourish doesn't mean we only linking you up with the local market. But I think global market is also very important, especially, science technology is quite borderless nowadays, and we don't only look at one particular country's market. So global collaboration is very important as well. And I think in terms of ASEAN, our main platform for collaboration in science, technology and innovation is the ASEAN Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation, COSTI. And besides that, we also have this ASEAN Young Scientist Network. The networking is very important because, well, as we time and again we keep saying that funding is, I mean, you don't rely entirely on government funding because government funding is limited, and in fact there are much bigger funds outside, and private fund, VCs, etc. So we should be looking at that instead of just focusing in applying government fund. So I think ASEAN collaboration would help our innovators to link up with VCs, not only local VCs but also overseas VCs, so that if their product is good, if they are good in their presentation and pitching, they could get much more fund rather than just focusing in a small pool of government fund.
Now, earlier on, when it was mentioned by Wabi Rafizi that sometimes science and technology seems to be like something out of reach from a large group of the masses, if I may just use this remaining 5 minutes to ask about your recent collaboration, you and on ground, for those of you who are not from Malaysia, both ministries have collaborated to look for innovators via a reality TV series production. It's like Shark Tank, but Malaysian version. So having gone on ground, and because normally, well, being in a ministerial position, I suppose it's a rare opportunity for, you know, or everyday Joe to pitch to ministers. So what was your take on seeing the potential that you've seen from all these innovators that were presented your way? Maybe Wabi Rafizi can start first.
I wanted to have a revenge to be on the other side of pitching. So I spent the last 4 or 5 years pitching to people. So I wanted to have the revenge. I did have my revenge. It wasn't too much about I know this might sound brutal, but it wasn't too much about the innovations that were showcased in this reality TV. We were looking from a much higher perspective of changing society's behavior and apprehension towards innovation and commercialization. It's really much about reaching out to your regular households, so that we inspire one whole new generation who thinks that they can change the world by having an idea. Both Lee Kang and I had to do it for the first season, and I don't think I will do it again. Because recording is like 5 hours per session, per episode. And while most probably I think people thought that it was done very quickly, myself, Lee Kang, and all our colleagues, senior officials from the ministry have to put up to going back at 2 o'clock every night, trying to do it and pull it off. But we are very encouraged with the reception. The first episode was watched by over 1 million people, and that's by Malaysian standard, that's huge, because we thought that we could only reach out to about 200,000 people, and that was good enough because talking and showcasing what you could do with your idea every week to 200,000 households, that's good. But the first one was 1 million, and so far the feedback has been really good. And is that one component that perhaps was overlooked before, that both of us can do better? mainstreaming innovation and product development, bring it down to the level that can connect and motivate a student, a pensioner. I think that is necessary while we also put all the other components in the ecosystem. And if this all work, what we hope for is, a Malaysian society who is very positive-minded, who really thinks that we can really go to the moon. Whether or not we go to the moon is a different thing. But, those of us who have been in startups environment, at least I told myself and I told my team to always go for the moonshot, because that's how it started. Because we may never reach the moonshot, but we will certainly land much higher than going on business as usual. And that's the whole idea about Innovaton.
Thank you, YB Rafizi. YB Chang, 1 minute and a half left. Your words of encouragement to the innovators and, of course, to the industry players as a whole. What do you hope, this year's MCY could probably be a game changer to a lot more, the innovation ecosystem in the future?
Well, I think just be yourself and don't think overly high about yourself or overly low about yourself. I think in Malaysia, I have seen a lot of talented innovators, and I'm sure in this room there are a lot. And
Focus on the product. Focus on the product.
Yeah. Well, I would like to congratulate those who have won the award, and mostly we are committed to help all of these innovators to commercialize, and with the help of Ministry of Economy, I'm sure we can flourish.
In his last 20 seconds, the last speech,
The last speech, yeah.
for higher funding this year.
Yeah. No, but we have been doing this at MCY, and I think the outcome was really good, and I'm sure with the government's commitment of this commitment of this new government, I'm sure we can do better in years to come. And once again, thank you very much for all the innovators for your participation and also your innovation. Thank you.
You have good generals. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to Yang Berhormat Chang Lee Kang, Yang Berhormat Rafizi Ramli. Thank you so much for this ministerial dialogue. We would like to invite both YB ministers back to their seats as we are about to witness a launch of a brand new business matching website. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to both honorable ministers for joining the ministerial dialogue. So, a strong relevance to the points that were shared by our ministers in the dialogue just now is, of course, also to include a robust ecosystem for innovators to create and prosper. So, if I may request for your attention to the main stage again, as we are going to unveil a brand new look to the MCY Biz Matching website, and how this is going to be a game changer to our innovators, to our SME business community, and to the strategic partners. Let's have a look. have it, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to the launch of the MCY Biz Matching Portal. So what was once a conventionally catalogued website has now been revolutionized into a business matching module, and it was created to provide the opportunities for researchers and startup business owners to introduce their products to investors and strategic partners. You can log on to mcyportal.mosti.gov.my. Ladies and gentlemen, we are set to announce that YB Rafizi is now going to attend another official matter. Please give him a round of applause once again. Thank you, YB, for your unwavering support to MCY 2023. So we hope to have more collaborations between these two ministries, and thank you again for your inspirational words to all our innovators, to all our industry players. And YB Chang will be sending off YB Rafizi, and we are ready for our next session after this. Of course, thank you again to the Ministry of Economy for being a part of MCY 2023, where a lot was unveiled when it comes to providing a robust ecosystem for innovation. We would like to request for our delegates to kindly take your seats as we are starting the next segment shortly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. We've concluded the ministerial dialogue, and we hope you've got a lot from what was discussed. And something exciting is coming up, as we are going to celebrate our innovators who have revolutionized their products and have a lot of interesting and beneficial information to share to everyone. So if I may share a bit more information about MCY Biz Matching Platform. So this new website is, of course, user-friendly, and it can support a larger dissemination of information, and it makes commercialization a lot easier. And this is this also acts as a platform to connect researchers and their strategic partners for a more conducive and effective environment ecosystem. So the module business matching is the game changer in this website. So once again, you can log on to mcyportal.mosti.gov.my. We would like to request for everyone to remain seated as we are ready to move on to the next session of today's conference. So a lot of exciting things are happening this next 2 days. We have a series of conference happening starting at 12, and of course we have a youth forum that's happening tomorrow. And you can also watch this summit on Facebook FB Live. And aside from that, everyone's also looking forward to witness the official launch that's going to be graced by the Prime Minister tomorrow. Ya, kami ingin memohon semua delegasi untuk terus berada di tempat masing-masing kerana kita akan memulakan acara seterusnya dalam masa 3 minit lagi. Dan bagi para peserta sidang kemuncak, jangan lupa besok kita ada forum belia pada tengah hari dan juga insyaAllah akan kita dapat saksikan perasmian MCY 2023 yang akan disempurnakan oleh Yang Amat Berhormat Perdana Menteri besok. Dan juga sidang kemuncak ini boleh disaksikan melalui platform dalam talian iaitu melalui FB Live. Okey, sekali lagi kami ingin mempersilakan bagi anda yang berada di luar Dewan untuk masuk semula ke dalam Dewan kerana kita akan memulakan acara seterusnya. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite for those of you who are still outside to kindly make your way into the hall as we are starting soon. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Yang Berhormat Minister is slowly making his way into the hall as he is also attending to some media matters. But he's making his way to the hall soon. But in the meantime, don't forget to join our healthcare dialogue that's happening at 11:15, and that will be moderated by none other than the Chief Executive Officer of Meranti, Ms. Zulira Abu Bakar, where they're going to be talking about increasing the dependability of the healthcare system by promoting sustainability, equality and technology. She's joined by three renowned speakers. Following right after that, there's going to be a topic about unleashing the power of commercialization, where they're going to be talking about strategies, branding and intellectual property. This is also a session not to be missed. And of course, we have the acting CEO from Cradle Fund, who's going to be talking about investing in innovation, nurturing Malaysia's startups for commercial success, also joined by three renowned speakers. And taking what from YB Chang has said earlier on, cross-border collaboration. What are Malaysia's roles in global innovation? We are very, very proud to announce and introduce shortly the innovators who are going to be gracing our stage and sharing the success of their products. Baiklah hadirin dan hadirat sekalian, kami ingin mohon anda semua untuk kembali ke tempat duduk masing-masing. Kita akan memulakan acara sekarang. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to request that you kindly make your way back to your seats as we are starting now. Baik, kita ucapkan selamat kembali kepada Yang Berhormat Menteri dan Yang Berbahagia Datuk Ketua Setiausaha dan juga diikuti tetamu-tetamu kehormat yang lain. Ladies and gentlemen, Honourable Minister Yang Berhormat Tuan Chan Lee Kang is making his way into the hall again to witness the next stage of our event. Baiklah, kita akan memulakan acara seterusnya sekarang. Hadirin dan hadirat yang dihormati sekalian, kita akan menyaksikan pelancaran 5 produk yang telah menempa kejayaan dan untuk mengetahui dengan lebih lanjut siapakah usahawan-usahawan yang terlibat dan apakah produk-produk yang membanggakan ini, kita ikuti klip video ini. Kita mulakan dengan B40 Tech Hub oleh Commercialisation Resources yang merupakan platform maya dan fizikal usahawan Technopreneur Technovation Hub kepada kumpulan B40 untuk pembangunan teknologi mereka. Platform pemantauan untuk tekno usahawan dan platform crowdfunding ini menggunakan konsep wakaf dan patuh syariah. Dan antara yang paling penting bagi platform ini ialah peluang untuk menjana pendapatan dari teknologi yang dicipta dan telah pun menerima grant program inklusif SME Ecosystem yang dilaksanakan oleh Yayasan Inovasi Malaysia dengan rakan strategiknya iaitu SME Corp Malaysia. Tepukan untuk Commercialisation Resources. Dan seterusnya, Carbotex sedang berhad dengan Harvest and Carbo Grow Photosynthesis Enhancers. Produk ini adalah teknologi untuk menangani ketidakcekapan proses fotosintesis. Harvest mengandungi nanoteknologi karbon yang boleh membantu tumbuhan untuk menyerap lebih banyak cahaya. Ia juga mampu mengurangkan perbelanjaan utiliti pertanian dan membantu mengoptimumkan penggunaan baja kepada tanaman. Ia juga dapat meningkatkan kandungan vitamin dalam tanaman melalui fotosintesis dengan lebih efisien dan dengan penggunaan Harvest, pertumbuhan bagi tanaman dapat ditingkatkan sebanyak 30% dan mendatangkan pendapatan yang lebih lumayan kepada para petani kecil. Usaha berterusan syarikat ini juga untuk mendidik dan mewujudkan lebih banyak kesedaran kepada orang ramai, usahawan tani dan majlis perbandaran tentang kepentingan menggunakan penambah fotosintesis. Ia bukan sahaja dapat menghalang pelepasan baja kimia yang berlebihan yang menyebabkan pencemaran air dan tanah, ia juga mengurangkan gas rumah hijau karbon dioksida dari udara. Syarikat juga membayangkan bahawa penggunaan penambah fotosintesis akan menjadi kebiasaan kepada semua usahawan tani dan petani bandar dalam amalan pertanian mereka serta barangkali majlis perbandaran dalam usaha mengekalkan landscape bandar taman. Dan sehingga kini, syarikat ini telah menghasilkan dan menjual kira-kira 1,000 liter Carbogrow kepada perkebunan usahawan tani. Tepukan untuk mereka yang juga membantu untuk mengurangkan pengeluaran lebih 180 kg karbon dioksida tambahan dari udara. Juga ke arah misi sifar kelaparan, syarikat ini juga bermatlamat ke arah peningkatan produktiviti pertanian, hasil tanaman dan pendapatan usahawan tani kecil. Para inovator di Carbotech berpegang kepada fungsi tumbuhan yang boleh memainkan peranan yang lebih besar untuk manusia, bukan sahaja berperanan dalam aspek estetika di kediaman atau premis perniagaan, lebih penting lagi sebagai sumber makanan yang berkait rapat dengan sumber sekuriti makanan bekalan makanan negara. Dan seterusnya, juga dalam bidang agro dan agriculture, Dunita Internationalist yang berhad yang telah menghasilkan multivitamin haiwan ternakan dan minyak yang diasaskan dari kelapa darah dikenali sebagai vitamin M Produk inovasi multivitamin haiwan ternakan diperbuat daripada minyak kelapa darah from virgin coconut oil. Dan produk vitamin M ini diuji di bawah Institut Penyelidikan dan Pertanian Malaysia di Makmal Mardi dan Institut Penyelidikan Veterina Perak dan mendapat pensijilan dari Jabatan Perkhidmatan Veterina Selangor. Produk ini menggantikan produk multivitamin semasa yang mengandungi bahan ubat dan kimia. Ia mengandungi 70% asid laurit dan omega dan dapat memberikan kualiti ternakan yang lebih jauh sebelum ini. Dan sehingga bulan Disember 2022, vitamin M telah membantu meningkatkan pendapatan seramai 162 penternak ayam kampung di negeri Perak, Selangor dan Johor. Tepukan untuk Dunita International Sendirian Berhad. Juga berkait rapat dengan Pelan Tindakan Dasar Sekuriti Makanan 2021-2025 untuk menghasilkan produk yang berkualiti dan selamat untuk semua. Beralih ke penjagaan kulit. Tepukan untuk NK Beauty Complex TM diasaskan oleh She Empire Sdn Bhd. Formulasi unggul bagi produk penjagaan kulit yang menggunakan kombinasi luar biasa antara ekstrak tumbuhan tempatan, bahan anti penuaan terbaik dunia dan teknologi nanomislar menjadikan produk ini efisien dalam membantu mengurangkan masalah jeragat, kulit kusam dan garis-garis halus. NK Beauty Complex mensejahterakan kehidupan orang ramai yang peka dengan penjagaan kulit wajah yang sihat. Dan seterusnya, tepukan untuk Fusifagus Agritech Sdn Bhd dengan produk maker SA Plus Daily Sialic Acid Sachet Edible Bird's Nest merupakan sarang burung walit pertama yang disediakan dalam bentuk sachet, juga mengikut piawaian halal dan Hazard Analysis Critical Control Point HACCP. SA Plus dihasilkan melalui bioteknologi yang dipatenkan dan merangkumi pemprosesan biomaterial nano serta teknologi percetakan bahan biotik termaju. Antara kebaikan SA Plus adalah dapat membantu memperbaiki perkembangan otak dan mengelakkan degenerasi otak, menyediakan asid salic yang mencukupi untuk bayi semasa perkembangan sistem saraf pusat, meningkatkan kekuatan tulang, sistem imuniti dan juga merangsang pertumbuhan semula kolagen dalam badan. Baik, itu tadi kelima produk yang telah kita perkenalkan untuk itu. Dengan segala hormatnya kami ingin mempersilakan yang berbahagia Datuk Teknologis Dr. Muhammad Nur Azman bin Hassan, Timbalan Ketua Setiausaha Mosti, juga yang berbahagia Ketua Setiausaha Mosti Datuk Teknologis Dr. Haji Amiruddin bin Hasim. Juga untuk menjemput yang berhormat Tuan Chang Lee Kang, Menteri Sains, Teknologi dan Inovasi Mosti, untuk YB Minister Menteri naik ke atas pentas dan berjumpa sendiri dan merasmikan produk-produk ini disaksikan oleh Timbalan Ketua Setiausaha Mosti. Kita persilakan wakil dari Vakuolas Tech Resources untuk tampil ke pentas. Dipersilakan. Tepukan untuk beliau, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. A round of applause to Vakuolas Tech Resources, who came up with B40 Tech Hub, Technopreneur Technovation Hybrid Hub. YB Menteri telah menurunkan tanda tangan beliau untuk merasmikan produk ini. Terima kasih. Dan kita berikan sedikit ruang untuk sesi fotografi bersama para inovator kita dan juga yang berhormat Menteri serta yang berbahagia Timbalan Ketua Setiausaha Mosti. Baik, seterusnya kita persilakan wakil dari Carbotech Sendirian Berhad. Berikan tepukan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan untuk produk mereka, Harvest and Carbo Grow Photosynthesis Enhancers, dengan slogan yang begitu menarik sekali, Harnessing Light, Enriching Lives. Dipersilakan yang berhormat Menteri untuk menurunkan tanda tangan beliau, disaksikan oleh yang berbahagia Timbalan Ketua Ketua Setiausaha, dan pastinya ini satu lagi produk yang sangat membanggakan dengan revolusi dalam bidang pertanian. Juga berikan sedikit ruang untuk rakan-rakan media kita bagi fotografi dan juga video mereka. Baiklah. Seterusnya, masih lagi dalam revolusi bidang pertanian dan juga peternakan. Kami persilakan wakil dari Dunita International Sendirian Berhad dengan produk mereka Vitamin M. Kita persilakan wakil dari Dunita International Sendirian Berhad. Tanda tangan Yang Berhormat Menteri Tuan Charlie Kang sebagai simbol untuk merasmikan produk ini sempena MCY 2023. Baiklah, seterusnya. Revolusi dalam penjagaan kesejahteraan kulit wajah. Kita persilakan wakil dari She Empire Sdn Bhd. Tepukan untuk She Empire Sdn Bhd. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to She Empire Sdn Bhd with their product NK Beauty Complex TM dengan produk mereka NK Beauty Complex TM. Tahniah sekali lagi kepada She Empire Sdn Bhd. Kita berikan sedikit masa untuk sesi fotografi dan video dan seterusnya. Dan ingin kami persilakan wakil dari, mereka telah tampil dengan produk burung walid pertama yang mendapat piawaian halal. Kita persilakan wakil dari Fusifagus Agritech Sendirian Berhad dengan produk SA Plus Daily Salicylic Acid Sachet Edible Bird's Nest. Dan selepas ini kita saksikan pula satu lagi momen yang sangat penting dalam MCY 2023. Sidang kemuncak ini menyaksikan begitu banyak pertukaran perjanjian persefahaman iaitu MOU. Terima kasih sekali lagi. Kami mohon Yang Berhormat Menteri dan juga yang berbahagia Datuk Timbalan Setiausaha untuk terus berada di atas pentas. Dan kini kami ingin menjemput wakil dari Carbotex Sdn Bhd untuk menyertai pertukaran perjanjian persefahaman MOU. Dengan itu dijemput Encik Chor Chi Ho yang merupakan Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif untuk Carbotex Sdn Bhd, juga Encik Razwan Zakaria, Ketua Pegawai Produk untuk Aerodyne Group. Bila mana kedua-dua syarikat ini telah pun berkolaborasi di antara Carbotex Sdn Bhd dan Aerodyne Group untuk teknologi pertanian dan analitik data tanaman menggunakan penggalak fotosintesis, harvest and carbo grow serta teknologi drone. Nilai anggaran MOU yang ditemetrai adalah 1.8 juta ringgit. Tepukan untuk kedua-dua syarikat, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. 1.8 million ringgit for the MOU signing between Carbotex Sdn Bhd and Aerodyne Group. Kita berikan ruang untuk rakan-rakan media bagi sesi fotografi dan video mereka. Dan MOU seterusnya, we would like to request Mr. Chor Chi Ho to remain on stage. Kami ingin memohon Encik Chor terus berada di atas pentas dan kami ingin menjemput Puan Nurlia Abdullah, Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif Abundance Victory Sdn Bhd ke pentas untuk sama-sama menyertai sesi pertukaran MOU yang mana kolaborasi di antara Carbotex Sdn Bhd dan Abundance Victory Sdn Bhd untuk pengedaran dan pemasaran harvest and photosynthesis enhancers, dan nilai perniagaan MOU ini dianggarkan 1.2 juta ringgit. Tepukan untuk Carbotex Sdn Bhd dan Abundance Victory Sdn Bhd. A round of applause to both companies, ladies and gentlemen. estimated MOU value of 1.2 million ringgit. Terima kasih sekali lagi tahniah kepada semua syarikat yang telah berjaya memeterai MOU. Terima kasih Yang Berhormat Menteri Tuan Chang Lee dan juga terima kasih yang berbahagia. Timbalan Ketua CEO juga menyaksikan acara ini. Baiklah, dengan selesainya pelancaran produk dan juga pertukaran MOU sebentar tadi, kita telah bersedia untuk ke sesi seterusnya iaitu sesi Power Talk dan kita akan kendalikan semula sesi ini dalam bahasa Inggeris kerana ia melibatkan juga beberapa delegasi antarabangsa. So ladies and gentlemen, this session is going to be conducted back in English as we are also getting involvement from our international delegates. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the path from innovation to commercialization is both exciting and challenging, and I'm sure a lot of our industry players can vouch for this. And it doesn't discriminate whether you're an entrepreneur, a product manager, or a business leader. So we hope that this conference offers a unique opportunity to explore cutting-edge strategies, proven methodologies, and practical tools for transforming your ideas into profitable ventures. So for that, we are very, very privileged to have this iconic figure to share his insights and experiences when it comes to balancing both technology and commercialization. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Chief Executive Officer of IXL Center, Dr. Hitendra Patel. Dr. Patel has helped over 200 global companies and their executive teams to draft transformation initiatives and build innovation capabilities and achieve new growth. So Dr. Patel, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Great. Good morning, everybody. Let's try it one more time. Good morning, everybody. There we go, love it. Thank you very much for having me over here, Minister of Science and Technology. I was privileged to come over here because I had a chance to meet with the different members of MOSTI. They came to Boston on a visit. And during this visit to Boston, I met Hazmi. I also met with Dr. Sharmila and Razia, who basically said, come to Malaysia and talk about innovation and talk about the ecosystem and innovations. So I'm really excited to be here. I'm not going to talk right now because what I want you to do is, are you curious about what I'm going to say? All right, so the way we're going to get you guys started is on this side. You got to ask me what's next. Let me try it. 1, 2, 3. What's next? On this side, what else? Try again now. All right, not bad. By the end of the thing, we're going to rock this place. If you ask what's next and what else, you are about to start the journey of innovation. You change the culture of any organization, any society, anywhere in the world. Because if you wake up every morning and ask one question, what's next? What else? You're going to basically start thinking about new ideas. It's a very simple, transformative thing that you can do. Let me begin my talk. 3 main things to talk about innovation. You have to treat innovation strategically. Yes, we want innovation to come from the bottom up, but we require leadership to talk about innovation, about where we want to play and how we're going to win. If you don't do that, how do you expect the people at the bottom to figure things out? So we do need guidance from the top. We do need a policy to make that happen. Once it's strategic, then we want to create a culture of people who's asking, what else, what's next? What else, what's next? What's next, what else? If we do that, then our young kids who do that from the day they're born will continue doing that as they become adults. I don't know what we do to our kids, but slowly we train them into becoming rule followers. And as they start following the rules, they become more and more cautious, and they start basically becoming extremely boring. If you follow the rules all the time, you are very boring and don't expect innovation to happen. You have to break some of the rules. Now in Asia, when you say break the rules, that's not appropriate. But if you don't break the rules, how are you going to innovate? And ultimately, the best thing you can do after you break the rules, as well as follow some of the rules, you think about making the rules. And when you make the rules, now you lead innovation. Innovation doesn't start by following the rules. It's judgment. Knowing when to follow, what rules to break, and then ultimately making the rules. And the third part of my presentation is this, carpe diem. Great word in Latin, carpe diem, seize the day. If you have great ideas, don't sit around and talk about it. Do. Get out there and start moving. If you do something, then results will happen. And through the trial and error of doing is how innovation actually succeeds. 3 parts of the talk, and that's what I'll be covering. Okay? So first, growth is the objective of innovation. Innovation is not the end state. Why do we do innovation? We want to grow. We want to grow our GDP. We want to grow jobs. We want to grow our people. We want to create a society which is fun to live in. It's about growth. And it's strategic imperative. It starts at the leader level. The president of the country, the prime minister of the country, the ministers, the mayors, the CEOs of companies, the dean of universities, they all have to be leading innovation. You can't leave it to chance. You leave it to chance, people will come up with ideas about the paint and the color of the wall and the chairs you sit in. Not strategic, not important, not relevant. You want to drive them on ideas that are important to you. So this is how you look at innovation. Leaders, and there are many of you guys here, you got to create the first KPI, the most important KPI of innovation. If you keep on doing what you did yesterday, today, and if you do this, whatever you did today, tomorrow, your growth of your economy, growth of your business is going to go flat, and then ultimately you're going to die. Not a choice. The expectation is that we must always grow. Grow our quality of life, grow our average income, grow our revenue for our companies and everything else. This is what sets the first KPI of innovation. It's called the growth gap. The growth gap is why we need to innovate. If you look forward, you'll see that there's always a gap in every organization. How big is that growth gap? If the gap is big, you're in trouble. You know you got to do something very different than you did yesterday. If the gap is small, you can say it's not that important. The importance is the gap. If you don't communicate this gap to your team, to your employees, they're going to do the same thing they did yesterday, today. So number one, how important is it? Second thing is, how much time do we have? Time. Time creates urgency. You want your team to be running. In Korea, it's called pali pali. If you ever go see the CEO of LG or anywhere else, and I've been a consultant to them, I would tell them it'll take 3 years to do this. And they go, and there's a sound they make with the saliva in the back of your throat. The minister's laughing. He knows what I'm talking about. That sound, it basically says, I'm not happy. And then says, can you do it? Pali pali. So let's try that. It's the same as fast fast. You got to create a culture of pali pali. So let's hear it. Pali pali. And if you do that, one more, pali pali. And when you do that, your people will move faster, walk faster, and do things faster. And that's how you get innovation to happen. Because you can't be the slowest guy in the room. Pali pali. You got to go faster. All right? And the last part is, of course, investments. But I want to make sure it's not this investment of cash that they were talking about in funding. There are other ways to get funding. And it's the ecosystem. Use your ecosystem to fund everything you need to do. But if you don't know your ecosystem, then how do you leverage the ecosystem to be able to do what you want? I was at the lab yesterday at Mimos. Amazing labs, amazing people, amazing facilities. Does the rest of Malaysia know about it? Are they accessing them? Do they have access to them? Those machines and those labs were not being used 100% of the time. Why don't you share them? Share them and make them available. Resources exist, but don't think about money only. Think about your networks and your assets. Now, here's the challenge for all of us. We know there's a gap, and we've got to close the gap. To close the gap, you've got to plant seeds. Seeds are ideas. And those seeds, you've got to water them and you've got to nurture them. We heard the speaker speak earlier on about these ideas and making sure we take care of them. If you forget, like a farmer might forget, to put water one day on those seeds, what happens to those ideas? They die. So any ideas that you guys work on, you need to give attention to them on a regular basis, give them love and attention. Guess who's supposed to give love and attention to those ideas? The junior people or the senior people? It's on the senior people. Show interest. We are seeing that today on this stage. The interest of the senior leaders makes other people excited. Show interest. Now, our problem is which plants to seed. which plants which seeds to plant. What if you see a plant, apple seeds, and apples grow, and 3 years later you find in the market doesn't want apples. What if they want oranges? And that's the problem with innovation. We cannot predict the future. And because we can't predict the future, it's ambiguous and uncertain. And for that reason, many people don't even get started. Because you're scared you're going to make a wrong bet. But let's say you don't plant any seeds. What's going to happen 3 years from now? Let's say you're right. You're going to make money. Let's say you're wrong. Okay, now you're in a little bit of trouble. We can buy the tree. You don't have to plant the seeds. You can also buy the tree as an option. But trees are more expensive than seeds. Ideas are organic. They don't cost that much. It's people, and therefore you should be planting seeds all the time. All right? We need to be patient and persistent. You will talk about pivoting and all this thing about ideas. You have to do that. And ultimately you hope that the harvest will be big. If Malaysia is going to make it to top 20, it will need to build a wider number of people and culture to do this kind of things. But it can be done. Now, I want to emphasize this definition of innovation. I'm not talking about R or D. I'm talking about I, innovation. Innovation is much wider in terms of the skill sets required to be successful. Research, you can be a PhD in chemistry or thermodynamics or whatever, and you can learn vertically what to do. I am a lithium-ion battery expert. I used to work at Motorola. My team made the lithium-ion battery and brought it to the world. There were 50 of us. We were all nerds. I want to be very clear, nerds. We loved our laboratories, and we did what we had to do. When we made the lithium-ion batteries, we had 50 patents, specifically on the technology, and another 500 patents. We were asked to build a factory. We designed the factory for it. And then the head of strategy came and said, stop the factory. Stop the production of lithium-ion batteries. And we're like, why? And so we're going to give all the patents and the knowledge to the Japanese, to Toshiba and Sony. I'm like, why would you do that? And the reason for it was Motorola's strategy business area decided that instead of us spending $8 billion to build the factory, we'll make the Japanese do it. Not our money. Number two, negotiate a licensing agreement for the batteries to be 20% of the cost plus on the profit. And we negotiated it. As a result, we put zero money in, and for the next 10 years, we had something like about $14 billion of savings. That's called business. An idea, an invention is not innovation. It needs to capture value. So as you look at this definition of innovation, most of us are spending time right there, technology and R&D. Well, if you're going to build a team, and many of you showed great innovations today, you need people who know how to build that product and make it beautiful, design. You need people who can get it to the channel in the market and who know who's going to get it to the customer. You need to know what markets you work with. You need to know your business model and your networks. Not easy. So you've got to work with teams. And so we are looking for this thing called the letter T. Be deep with some scientific knowledge, but be very much broad on how to commercialize it. Commercialize is harder than it looks. Okay? So here's what I would like you guys to think about. As a country, as a lab, as MOSTI, you got to focus yourself somewhere. There's ideas within the Malaysian context, lots of ideas. But there are also ideas which are new that you can pursue, which are beyond your sandbox. You need to go pursue those ideas, but you don't pursue ideas. Because if you pursue ideas, you'll have an idea on beauty on one side, and the other day it might be about shoelaces, and the third day it might be hinges on a door. They're all really cool things, but what does Malaysia want to be known for? Which is the place you want to focus that the world will say, I want to come to Malaysia because you're the world's best in certain things. Right? And so you want to find your new opportunity areas, which says Malaysia is going to be known as Dubai is known today for logistics or education, or as Boston is known for biotech and diagnostic devices. And if any of you in Malaysia want to do biotech and diagnostics, where do you think you should go? We'll try and invite you to Boston. So by knowing who we are, choosing what our city wants to be, draws people in. It tells the universities what to teach. It tells what startups to come and all that. What are you going to be known for is equally important. That's leadership. And so those focus areas is where the differentiation comes from. There are too many people asking for startups, but startups which are focused on what the country wants or what the city wants. If you look on the right-hand side, Newcastle has decided to be, in England, the city of aging. They say there's going to be another 100 million people who are going to be old, but come to Newcastle because we'll have all kinds of innovation for your quality of life. If you look at Dubai, they say we're going to be the education capital of the world. Not so crazily Western, but good enough and good enough Islamic in the Middle East, so all your children can come and enjoy their lives in the Middle East and they don't go too Western. If you go to Tel Aviv, they've changed the definition, not startup nation anymore, scale-up nation. Come to Tel Aviv if you got a startup, and we'll help you scale up. Green hydrogen. Even in Brazil, they've decided to choose what they want to be. Fortaleza says, we will be the world's leader in green hydrogen. Right? Again, challenge, Minister, challenge for the leaders of all the different institutes which are here. What do you want to be known for? And once you say this is what we want to be known for, your university will produce the talent. Your startups will come around those focus areas. And it's not based on the science side of it, saying nanotechnology. No, I'm talking about the human side of it. The market side of it is what are you going to be known for? A city which is fun. Belgium, Ghent. Ghent wants to be the sporting city of the world. And all the sports innovation are going to be done over there. Billions of dollars will be generated from a soccer ball. Billions of dollars will be generated in how to be fit and healthy. So, what I would like to see is when I come back next year, you guys have decided what you want to be. All right? Now, once you have this thing of where you want to innovate, you guys are already talking about accelerators. You need an accelerator to drive ideas to commercialization. It's a process. That process is not any different, and somebody will say, oh, I'm using design thinking, or I'm using agile, or whatever. It's all the same. We're taking ideas to commercialization. That's what we're trying to do. In those ideas to commercialization, there are 4 types of teams you might have. Teams inside your own company, like at AstraZeneca, or teams that can be from your partners and suppliers where you tell them where you're focusing, or they can be teams from outside, university teams and student teams, or they could be startups that you put together. But they're teams. Why teams? An idea needs human beings. Human beings are teams, and teams drive ideas forward. Those teams are all being produced right now across the world. This is not I'm not talking about Malaysia now, I'm talking about every country. They're doing it. And there's the corporations that are driving teams, universities are doing this, tech parks are being developed, and what we have is redundancies. Worldwide, we're over-investing in the same thing with duplications. We need to somehow rationalize this, saying, are we still working on silos, and why don't we collaborate? This room is a starting point for collaboration. Are we collaborating on the same themes? So, many of you entrepreneurs who are here today, well done. Really great presentation, I saw that. But here's the thing, nobody should work alone anymore. We should work together. If you work together as a team, you'll have more resources. You'll have more people helping you. So your ideas can be bigger, bolder, better, and you'll go faster and do it cheaper. Let me try that again. Bigger, better, bolder, faster, and cheaper. That's the objective of a great innovation system. So make sure you're focusing on those things. Now, how do you build an ecosystem to do that? You'll need somebody to drive it. You need somebody to take, I will be the leader. You need members to participate, saying, I buy into this thing, instead of saying, nope, that's my space and my territory, right? You need an approach, low burden, mindsets, discipline, and trust. There's recipes. People are building ecosystems around the world. Don't leave it to chance. Don't leave it to chance, okay? So ultimately, if you build that ecosystem, I want to talk about what's going on in Dubai. In Dubai, we are working with the Dubai government, and in order to drive innovation, because Sheikh Mohammed has said, we are a city who will not be number 2. We're going to be number 1 in everything. And then he says, all my ministries must also be innovating. Well, how can they innovate if one group talks about disruptive innovation, and somebody else talks about design thinking, and somebody else talks about Gary Hamel's way of thinking, and you got all these gurus telling you, no, 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 it's different. Innovation is the same. Find problems, find solutions, make money from it, right? And so we need a common language and a common framework. I would love to see somebody from one ministry going into another ministry and they have the same language of innovation. Where are we going to focus? What's our process? And if you create a common language and a common framework, we increase the speed of trust. It's trust that we're building. Right now, all of us are talking to each other because of the English language. I'm not a fan of the English. I would say they should be ashamed of what they did for the last 200 years. All right? And I'm saying it publicly. However, I'm grateful to them because the language they gave us allows me to talk to you, and you can talk to a Nigerian, and a Nigerian can talk to a Chinese person. English as a language is common framework, common language, common speed of trust. So one other thing I would like to leave behind as a message is I would like to see Malaysia embrace a common language and common standards on innovation. If you do that, you're going to basically increase the collaboration amongst each other. Okay? So let's go to something fun. That was kind of a lecture. That was kind of heavy. So let's go to fun. Let's talk about what's next and what else. So ask me, what's next, what else? Let's try again. Excellent. So that's what we have to chant every morning. Teach your kids to do that. Teach your employees to do that. And if you are a senior level executive, on your agenda of your business, put it on the agenda. What's next? What else? Just put it there. It will create a dialogue and the culture will move. Okay? Here's what's going on, some things that you're aware of. Demographics. For the first time in the world, we all look the same. You may say, no, I'm Malaysian. What phone are you using? Probably an iPhone and probably a Samsung. If I say, what movies did you watch in the last 2 weeks on Netflix? Probably the same ones I watched as the guy in South Africa did and the guy in China did, right? What food did you eat? What restaurant did you go to? We all eat all foods now. We love it. Thank you very much, world, for the great food of the world, right? We are more similar, increasingly more similar than unsimilar. Now, if that's the case, then your ideas here can be exported anywhere in the world. Your ideas' ambition should be global, not local. Go global, and you should be able to win big. Next trend is this Gen Zs. Put your hand up. How many Gen Zs are here? Yeah, don't be shy. Weirdest people on the planet. Strangest people. But the thing is, 20 years ago, the minister and I used to talk about this. The millennials are coming. The millennials are coming. You millennials are now beginning to get gray hair. Haha. All right, I'm laughing at you guys. Because I'm the Gen X. And my hair did go gray. And there were baby boomers and all those people after that. The thing is, our planet, we have a certain number of rides on planet Earth. We are on this really good spaceship. It goes around the sun. And you got about 70 to 80 years, maybe 90 years of around the sun. And eventually, some of us have to leave the planet. And new people come along, Gen X's, Gen Z's, and they say, whatever you did is useless. We want it different. And that's why innovation happens. Focus on your Gen Z's, and they'll give you some great ideas. But guess what? I'm not leaving the planet either. We are supposed to leave the planet. Yeah. We have now got medicine, we've got technology and everything else, and as a result of it, we are going to create a new segment in the world, a segment that didn't exist in large numbers, the 80 to 100-year-olds. And these guys are fantastic because they're the richest people on the planet. All the money they've made is now going to be spent. And they're going to look for Viagra. Yes, they'll look for other things for the body to take care of. They're looking for exercise. They might even start going back to college to learn something or even teach. But there's a whole segment out there which has got more than $1 trillion waiting to be spent. What are your ideas? And then the slide changed. In the United States, we're about to become the United States of Latin America. There was a war between England and the Spaniards, the Armada. Guess who really won? Not the English. The Spaniards actually won, and America is about to become habla español. Okay? And that's where we're changing to. So these things are changing, and it creates a whole demographic change. Another big change is Asia. The Asian century is here. Top 5 countries in the next 10 years. Number 1, China. Number 2, US. India, Japan, Indonesia. There is no Germany, and there is no England, and there is no France. We are about to see 80% of the world's population here, and 80% of GDP here. Your ideas, that's where they're going to come from. So you are sitting in the middle of the greatest opportunity ever. Technology changes also. There you go. That was the Asian century. There you go. All right. So wonderful. So now we look at environmental. Green is here. You don't have a choice. We have to make sure the planet gets better. Climate change. Minister talked about that. Climate change is important, and why not be the center of that? Green hydrogen and all those new innovations. Digital is going to stay here. Everything you want is connected. Sensors connected to everything. To a computer, wirelessly. I've got a friend who's actually working with farms on a tractor, planting seeds with nobody on the tractor. Planting seeds exactly where he knows with GPS locations. Every seed is identified. Amazing what you can do with that. Robotics is here. This is the one which is kind of interesting. In the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to get about 10 million robots in the factories. 10 million factories are coming. At AstraZeneca, when they make the drugs, if there's human beings in there, shame on them. No, if there's lights in them, shame on them. No more lights. Why? Robots don't need them. It's the end of people in factories. Your house, robots will clean this. Robots is here. It's a real thing. And then, of course, all these health technologies are coming. We've got a speaker coming later on, Dr. Zubin, who will talk about this thing, about health and health technologies, and it's really important. 19% of American GDP is used on health. That's a lot of money. All right? Money's got to be made. When you look at all these things, you might say, oh my God, there's so much changing, what do I do? We are not the ones who complain. What we see is change, we see change as opportunity. So in order for you to see change, in February we got surprised. How many of you got surprised by ChatGPT? Come on, put your hand up, be honest. That was an amazing shock, wasn't it? Right? It surprised us. And this is not our regular disruption. This disruption isn't about physical labor. It's about brains thinking faster than human beings. I told a story yesterday. My daughter is a student journalist at Harvard. The journalist students wrote the newspaper, Harvard Crimson, in March. And they took the same newspaper and the titles and they said, ChatGPT, write the articles. And create a second newspaper and see how different the newspaper is going to look like. Then they took the two newspapers and gave it to the professor of journalism in the Harvard School of Journalism. And they graded it. Students got a grade of B. Students are happy. B, that's not bad. ChatGPT got B minus. B minus. So I asked my daughter, can you guys improve your grade to a B plus in the next 6 months? And she says, no. Because our brains don't evolve any faster or develop any faster. And I asked, what do you think ChatGPT will do in 6 months? And she said, it'll probably be a B. And what do you think ChatGPT will be in another 6 months after that? B plus. And eventually it'll be an A. And I asked her, what are you doing? Why are you in college anymore? But those are the questions we got to start asking. ChatGPT is here, and for the first time it's competing on our intellectual speed. And it's going to change everything that we've ever seen. Okay? So what do I want you to do when you think about innovation? You have to be the nerds who are asking, what's next, what else? But what I'm really asking you to do is imagine the future. Those who can imagine the future can create it. And those who can't imagine the future, sucks to be you. Very, very much so. You have to be able to imagine the future. When I was in Motorola, my first week of work, there were 30 of us. We were the scientists, which are supposed to be the futurists. And the CEO comes and says, guys, welcome. Let's take you to the auditorium. And we watch Star Trek. We watched Star Trek for 5 days. And after 5 days, the CEO came and said, how was that? And we're like, we love our job. Well, what a great job, watching Star Trek. He says, no. What did you guys see in Star Trek that we should make? For those of you who are older, we saw a communicator, which became the StarTAC phone. How many of you remember the StarTAC phone? Come on, put your hand up. That's where it came from. We saw doors which open and close automatically. How does the door know you're a good guy versus a bad guy? That was RFIDs. We invented RFID at Motorola after that. We saw Captain Kirk sit on a chair and talk to a big screen. What was that big screen called today? Skype? FaceTime? Video conferencing? already invented in 1950 in Star Trek. The future was already imagined. In that screen, Captain Kirk speaks in English. The other person comes through from some planet like Jupiter and says, hey, you guys from Earth are bad people. He's not speaking in English. But somehow, Captain Kirk hears in English. That's what we call voice to translate or Google Translate. It's here. Right? Cool stuff. We were told to watch science fiction and say, what can we make real? Okay? So here's some examples of future things. Let's look at a restaurant. Restaurants will be able to talk to any one of you, whatever your accent is. I don't know how many problems you guys have faced when you go to the US and say, I would like to order a Big Mac or something. Usually in the US, they'll say, huh? What? Can you say that again? Now, this technology will understand every accent on the planet better than any worker, and you'll get exactly everything right. We have face recognition. A guy like me shows up to order a hamburger. They say, oh, no, Dr. Patel, last 3 times you got a Big Mac, right? We'll get you a Big Mac. And you like the large fries? Of course you do. And we should supersize it. I'm like, yeah, damn right. Right, love it. And a milkshake. It knows who you are and can predict what you want to order. Amazon, we're talking about drones. Yeah, that's not the interesting part. We're talking about warehousing with robots. That's not the interesting part. The thing in the middle is the interesting part. They have a pattern to deliver boxes to your houses. The box shows up to your house without you having ordered it. So you come to your house with your wife. You ask your wife, did you order that box? She says, no. She looks at you, did you order it? You say, no. So what should you do when you don't order a box? Send it back, right? A box is one of the things that we as kids love. When we see a box, we want to shake it. We want to look inside it. And eventually your curiosity takes over, you open the box. And what do you see inside there? A pair of shoes. And you look at those shoes and you're like, my goodness, those are exactly the shoes I wanted. And you look at your own shoes and they look a little tired, a little worn out. You should return it. You say, why not? How did Amazon know? How does Amazon know what you should be buying next? That's where the future is. Your human needs are better understood by a technology than you know yourself. Amazing. Green hydrogen is here. Anybody with carbon is bad. People are working on cement to make cement at room temperature. Room temperature cement. Why? Because if you use energy to go at high temperature, it's carbon footprint. How do you make room temperature cement? They're using plants, algae. Algae and plants are factories. They produce things, fruits. But they can also produce cement now. And people are working on ways to do things at room temperature. Farming, precision agriculture. I told you about my friend with the tractor planting seeds. He knows exactly where every seed is planted, and now he can send the tractor back out there and put fertilizer exactly where the seed is. Not everywhere, only where the seed is. Savings of tremendous amounts. And then the tractor comes back and it sees weeds. And when it's a weed, it takes a mechanical hand, grabs the weed and pulls it out. No more pesticides. If you are in the pesticide industry, goodbye. End of story. Okay? I can go on, but I'm watching the time. This guy didn't pay attention. When ChatGPT came out, he was still on search. He had a group of people working on ChatGPT. He didn't launch his own time because his technology was better. It is better, search. Because every now and then ChatGPT hallucinates, right? It is better. But because of ChatGPT, in the first month, 100 million people left Google to move over to Bing. 100 million people. 100 million people is $2 billion of marketing revenue. So the board came down to him and said, what were you doing? Were you sleeping while you were the CEO? CEOs, you need to be alert. You need to be the first one to do the changes. And you cannot sit still. He almost got fired. Meanwhile, this guy was smiling. He's smiling like a big Cheshire cat. He says, look at me. I did the right thing. Why? Because he says, I do not have a lot of science and technology. I'm not really good at that. Microsoft has never been good at this. Surprise, surprise. What they're really good is they got tons of cash. So instead of planting seeds, what do? They buy trees. So they have a corporate venturing arm to buy the technology, and they had a $10 billion investment in OpenAI, and were able to get access to this thing. And now today your PowerPoints, your Excel has got a Copilot, and that Copilot can make your whole presentation. Perhaps this presentation was done by AI, for all you know. Okay? Harvard is basically saying the future is this now. We don't know what's coming next. I want to be clear about this. But what we need is people who know how to solve problems. We cannot assume that it's going to be steady state. The change is coming faster and faster. The more you learn, the more you change. So, how are we going to be on top of this? Only one way. We must ask every day, what else? What's next? What else? If we do that, we'll be okay. I'm about to finish my presentation. I know you're looking tired. So seize the moment. What does seize the moment really mean? Once you find something that's next or else, then you must seize it and take action. Don't just sit there and talk and go blah, 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 blah. You have to take action. And in this taking action, there's something about the people who do take action. These guys, they were no different than anybody else, but they seized the moment. And when they seized the moment, you know what they look like? It's the same as the teams you saw getting up on stage receiving awards today. They were young kids with big ears, fresh faces, and they didn't know what they were doing. Mark Zuckerberg was clueless. Bill Gates was clueless when they started. But somehow they got started. They seized the moment. And every one of you probably thinks that they're special. They're just like you and me. That's who you were when you were a little kid. As a little kid, some of you wanted to be the world's best soccer player. True? Some of you wanted to be the best pianist. Some of you wanted to write a book. Some of you wanted to get a Nobel Prize. You know who you are. All of you. When you were born, that's what you wanted to be. So why can't we do that again? So you guys have to believe. This is what happened, reality for many people. And so they slow down and they don't do these things. Our point is, you need to start. Now the problem over here with your bosses is this: they've forgotten what innovation is. If you ask them, does innovation look like? And they'll say, easy peasy, hurry up, it should look like this. Good luck. Good luck. And then there are all these people who took courses on project management. Wow, Project Management Institute and all that kind of cool stuff. And so we can manage innovation in specific ways and we'll have milestones and everything else. And they said, this is how we're going to manage it. And I'll say, good luck on that one too. The real journey of innovation actually looks more like this. And you guys know this. All scientists know this. Because how do we do science? Trial and error. We do experiments. We do 9 experiments to figure out what not to do. We don't do experiments, and every time we fail, we don't call that failure. We say we learned one more way what not to do. We do not feel bad when our experiments don't work. And this is a cultural mindset. Because you guys were trained in your school, by your parents, by your managers, to do things right the first time. And then we say, innovate. You do it once and you fail. Of course you're going to fail. Because you don't know the journey. So I want to leave a story behind on this journey. Imagine you are asked to cross the Amazon forest for the first time. Nobody has given you a map. 4 of you are there, backpacks, gun, ropes and everything else, and you look at the forest. You don't have a GPS. Nothing. And you say, you guys ready? Say, yeah. You go in there, and the first thing you see is a river. Did you know the river was there? No. Do you go right across the river? No. You go upstream to find the narrowest point. Then you get across, hopefully. Then you see a big mountain. Did you expect the mountain? No. You go straight up the mountain? Of course not. You go around the mountain. And then what do you see? Another mountain. You go around that one. What do you see? Another mountain. And then you say, okay, let's go back. And you're allowed to go back when you're exploring. You're allowed to go back because you didn't know what you didn't know. But you had to make a decision to find out. And that's what innovation is about. Those who are patient and perseverant will get there. So in this journey, we need you guys to have grit. Grit is not in all of us. So you need to recruit correctly. You need to hire better. All right? You need to be resilient. You don't go home and cry. Or you can cry, but come back strong tomorrow. All right? And you got to be all about experiments. And we use tools and techniques of agile sprint pivots and artifacts to get across this horizon. The faster we do this, and the faster we do the sprints, the more we learn, and the more chances we have of surviving. In there, coaches, process, people and teams are critical. There are processes. Common language, common framework, and the third part of this thing is common processes. If you put those 3 things together, we can see Malaysia move from first gear and second gear into fourth gear like a Ferrari. You could be moving, but you need common language, common framework, common processes. And so with that, what's next? What else is important? Choose your focus areas of what you want to be known for. Align your ecosystem, use a common language and framework, and carpe diem. Carpe diem, seize the moment. So let's leave this with one last time. And seize the moment. Seize the moment. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to Dr. Hitendra Patel. And for that, I would like to request that Dr. Patel to remain on stage just for a second. And I would like to invite yang berbahagia, Datuk Technologist Dr. Muhammad Nur Azman bin Hassan, our Deputy Secretary General from MOSTI, to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Patel as a sign of our gratitude to Dr. Patel for being a part of MCY 2023. What's next? What else? And maybe halfway through KPI, someone's going to come up and say, what now? Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to Dr. Patel once again. He has drove the creation of Innovation Standards and Certification, a non-profit organization. Over 10,000 people and greater than 500 companies have been certified thanks to Dr. Patel. You gave us also a lot to think about, Dr. Patel. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin our next session. There's a request from our organizer for everyone to stand up just for 30 seconds. We would like to request for everyone to stand up for 30 seconds. And that's not 30 seconds. Come on, guys. 30 seconds. And stretch. Because Dr. Patel said, you guys look kind of tired, so let's stretch as we're going to get ready for the next session, a healthcare dialogue. This is a session by Meranti. This is going to be a session about increasing the... All right, you can please take your seats again. Thank you so much. This is about increasing the dependability of the healthcare system by promoting sustainability, equality, and technology. And for that, I would like to invite our moderator. She has the qualities of all that Dr. Patel has put on his slides earlier on. Please welcome Madam Zulira Abu Bakar, the Chief Executive Officer of Meranti. And also our proposed speakers, Yang Berusaha Dr. Zubin J. Daruwala, Mr. Vinod Narayanan, and Mr. Ronnie Kelly joining her on stage.
Test. A very good morning to everyone here today. Dr. Nur Azman, Hitendra, gentlemen, thank you very much for all being here today. So, the last session, I'm sure kept everyone awake and inspired, of course. And what was it again, Hitendra? Pali? Pali, yeah? Okay, should we start the session by going Pali? No? No? Okay. We'll skip that then. Okay, so today I am here with three illustrious panel members. Let me start by introducing them first before we go into the topic, yeah? Now, I have with me here Dr. Zubin Daruwala. He is a doctorpreneur. I didn't know that term actually exists. He's a surgeon, of course, futurist, thought leader, advisor, mentor, and a health tech advocate. All right. So Zubin remains practicing clinician, and he's also the PwC Singapore Health Industries leader. Sits on PwC's global health leadership team, and is also the co-founder of HeroX. Yeah. So Zubin's mission is really to bridge the clinical and corporate worlds using tech and health tech. And what he does is a very important thing. He basically bridges the private sector and public sector, all in his vision to ensuring affordable, accessible, and what he often refers to as the 3 A's, care to all. Yeah? And again, he was named as one of the most influential and emerging voices in the global health industry 2021. And the top 50 most influential voices of healthcare 2022. Now, moving on, our second panel member, Vinod Narayanan. Thank you for being here today. Vinod is the country president of AstraZeneca Malaysia. He is a pharmaceutical and life sciences executive with over 20 years of experience in the US and Asia. Vinod was commercial director for Asia business and most recently the country president of AstraZeneca Singapore. Now, during his tenure in Singapore, he expanded the AstraZeneca Health Innovation Hub to address challenges. Sorry, just give me a minute. Sorry about that. Challenges in the healthcare delivery. So through partnerships with the academia, startup, as well as the non-profit organizations, he helped establish AstraZeneca as a preferred partner in designing patient-centric solutions. And moving on to our third speaker, our third panel member, Rodney Kelly. He is the senior advisor at the Eastern Academic Health Science Network in Cambridge, United Kingdom. He is also a specialist in both translating innovation into attractive, understandable, investable value propositions, and of course, strategizing growth in global markets. Strategizing sustainable growth in markets. Now, he has experiences over 2 decades in sectors ranging from healthcare to infrastructure. Currently runs the UK APAC Innovation Healthcare Program at the Eastern Academic Health Sciences Network, and he's also supporting collaboration between the UK and the APAC in, of course, strengthening R&D, commercialization bridges between the respective countries. Now, he's also a dedicated father, husband, as well as a cat lover, I'm told. Yeah, that was in your profile, by the way. So team did a bit of research. And has a passion for spicy food and colorful fruit. Wow. I wonder why they left this out from the 2 speakers. But never mind, we'll find that out later. Now anyway, coming back to the session in itself, this session is really talking about the healthcare system. We're talking about how promoting sustainability, equality, and technology. Now, if we look at the fundamentals of any good healthcare system in that sense, you know, for one, it has to be dependable, it has to be reliable, and in addition to that, it has to be effective, inclusive, and I think more importantly, accessible. Now, I think if we look at sustainability as a key foundation to getting all of this done, now, there are of course many, many ways to look at sustainability. There's of course sustainable prevention, sustainable pathways, sustainable practices. Now, I think I will start by addressing some of my questions individually to these speakers, to all of the speakers, as we attempt to sort of dig deep into the areas of their experience, their views of sustainability in the healthcare system, and again, how do we actually bring this all together? Yeah. Now, Zubin, I'll start with you. Look, so it is important more than anything else to ensure adoption of sustainable practices in the healthcare system. And you're a doctor yourself, a surgeon, you've been in the healthcare system, outside in, you've also dealt with companies that are providing solutions to the healthcare system. Now, how do you then look at it from a perspective of creating a sustainable healthcare infrastructure? Right? And how can healthcare facilities adopt a more sustainable infrastructure designs, again, without compromising quality, without compromising delivery, and more importantly, without incurring substantial cost. Right? I'm deep diving into the question straight because, you know, sustainability is such a huge topic, and if we don't focus, I think we will sort of lose the panel altogether. So I'm going to focus on infrastructure and sustainability with you, Zubin.
Thanks, Zolara. Happy to give this a stab. I think Rodney will probably have more input from an infrastructure perspective. But just if I think about it, I think the first thing is to help raise awareness and educate people, especially as doctors. we are a bad group of people when it comes to understanding sustainability and the importance of it. We want everything now, or pali, right? And because of the way we're trained, we don't appreciate the importance of focusing on that. So I think the first thing needed is raising awareness and education. Whether you do that as far back as medical school or not is debatable. But then the next thing is, what do we really mean by sustainable and specifically infrastructure? Again, I'll leave it to Rodney to talk a little bit more, but what I've seen, I've worked in the UK and Ireland and Singapore, States. When it comes to physical infrastructures and sustainability, everything from thinking of the environment to thinking of the build of the infrastructure, whether we should actually do it in a modular fashion, that's something that I've seen happen in the Middle East now a lot more often. And I think it's very interesting, even in Singapore, when the new hospitals have been built, there's talk about having modular infrastructure so you can move things around depending on what future demands are. So that's one angle. And the other angle is obviously from the environmental point of view, sustainability, and how can we reduce costs. So I'll give one very simple example. In Asia, it's generally very, very hot. So even when you're building facilities from an infrastructure perspective, rather than running air conditioning, etc., the build of solid structures with ventilation holes. I didn't realize this myself. I actually visited a hospital in Singapore a couple of years ago. You can actually cause temperature drops by using different materials and using different builds so as to lower cost of maintaining that. So those are a few perspectives that I can think of. Yeah.
Rodney, do you want to add on to that?
Yeah, thank you. I think I can answer that more from an innovation point of view and an innovation into the NHS. For those who don't know what we do, it's a very long name that we have at the Eastern Academic Health Science Network. And it's slightly opaque in our remit, but we are essentially the innovation wing of the NHS. So we will have global innovators come to us and pitch. I think someone mentioned Shark's Den, we call it Dragon's Den. And that's what we do on a daily basis. People come to us with ideas from very early stage, often translational research, all the way up to people like AstraZeneca with your new ideas. So when they come to us, we have to kind of apportion them and see how we can get them into a very large system. And that comes with a lot of challenges. And I think earlier the minister made some really good points about understanding product, but also understanding the journey to get to the product and being modular. We have a lot of innovators who come to us who we have to kind of say, look, you're not ready yet. And you have to have an iterative mindset. And often they get actually lost in the product. They're scientists, and scientists, like all the innovators in this room, you will look down that microscope and you will become wedded to that idea of your own product. But then when it bumps into, and this is not sustainable, bumps into the infrastructure of the mammoth that is the NHS, the reality of their product versus how it's used at the coalface is very, very different. So for sustainability into existing infrastructure, there has to be a fast fail. I think Hitendra kind of mentioned that with your squiggly journey. You've got to fail quickly, but you've got to test it with the market very, very quickly.
So again, building on from what you just said, again, healthcare in particular, and I think everyone will attest to it, contributes to a lot of waste, right? Now, you're looking at it at, a major contributor to carbon emission. You've got all sorts of waste coming out of the healthcare system as a result of poorly planned infrastructure. I think it's all a feedback loop in itself. Now, if I could just direct that conversation on this environmental impact to Vinod. Now, in 2020, AstraZeneca launched its ambition to zero carbon, and it's a strategy to eliminate emissions by 2025 and be carbon negative across its entire value chain by 2030. It's quite a steep order, and again, $1 billion This program is $1 billion US, and it will include launch of next generation respiratory inhalers and a wide range of energy initiatives to reduce climate impact to zero, right? I have a whole list of things here, but I think I would move that on to you, Vinod, and maybe you could tell us a bit about what does this mean for AstraZeneca, and what does this mean for the healthcare system as a whole?
It's a great question. So clearly, sustainability is quite at the core of what we do globally as a biopharmaceutical innovative company. And the facts that you mentioned there, one of our biggest contributors to our carbon footprint is the emission that comes from our inhalers. Right? So we are constantly looking at how can we redesign our products to have a lesser carbon footprint. But if you take a step back as an industry, and this may be a trivia that's worth remembering, the footprint of the global pharmaceutical industry towards global greenhouse carbon emissions is anywhere between 5 to 8%. So we are not the most polluting, if you will, but we have a role to play in imagining what the future can be. Right? So we have taken the mantle as one of the leaders in this conversation, and what we've done, led by our CEO, Sir Pascal Soriot, is convene a group of 20 like-minded companies towards what's called the Sustainable Markets Initiative. So we have these 20 companies thinking about how can we start now and go on this journey towards carbon zero healthcare systems. So one of the programs that we have running for the last couple of years is this Ambition Zero Carbon Footprint. So carbon negative or carbon neutral by 2025, across our operations, and carbon negative across our entire supply chain by 2030. Right? In addition to that, I think we also have some bold ambitions in terms of replenishing the environment where we are operating. So we've got a global initiative called AZ Forest, where we are planting 50 million trees by 2030. Right? And this investment goes towards building back the biodiversity, investments towards carbon sequestration and other technologies and so forth. But these are global initiatives which we try to make sure we can implement in Malaysia. But closer to home, you talked about waste that comes from our operations. And one good example that we've embarked on is moving towards what we call as e-labeling. Right? Everybody here must have used a prescription product at some time, and within your packaging there is a folded piece of paper in a very small font, which is very hard to read. And do you know that just for our operations, that piece of paper for all the AstraZeneca products around the world is equivalent to 500,000 trees. Right? So what we are moving towards is the concept of e-labeling, where you have a QR code on the package. All you need is a device to scan it, and you have the product information at the touch of your fingers. And it's readable, right? It can be in multiple languages. You can search. It can have multimedia, where you can have a doctor telling you what the product is about. And more importantly, as science changes and as we have more data, you can also very seamlessly update the efficacy data and the safety data without having to print this all over again. So this seems like a simple innovation, but it is something that can have a very real impact, not only in terms of what is in the product, but it's also streamlining packaging materials and the waste that comes from it. Right? So that's one example where our focus on sustainability is quite real, and we are partnering with our local regulatory agency to make this real in Malaysia. We have the first product that will have an e-label in the next couple of months, and our entire portfolio of products will have an e-label over the next couple of years. So this is a trend that's emerging, and we are quite excited about it.
So what's interesting is that this is a push that's done by the private sector, for that matter, right? So, I mean, I represent the public sector as well in that sense. I'm actually quite curious to understand how can these practices be well understood and also, carried out by the public sector itself. Yeah? And I would like to hear from all three of you as to how we can do this in the public sector. Because for certain countries, Malaysia, the UK for that matter, we have a public healthcare system which is very strong, which is basically holding up the entire country's healthcare system.
Can I give it a...
Yes, please.
I really want to answer this question because this is something I'm quite passionate about. In fact, one of the ministers this morning started describing about the ecosystem, and this is not exclusive to Malaysia. I hear it in Singapore, I hear it across Southeast Asia, and even in Europe and America. The first thing that we need to accept is that the public sector cannot do it alone. Neither can the private sector. And what I've seen is the value of public-private partnerships is not realized. It is not maximized. And for me, that's the biggest peeve I have. How do we do it? By dialogues, like events like this, bringing people together. But the biggest thing that needs to change is, in fact, Hitendra talked about it when it comes from the ground up, but it also has to come from leadership. I've done various amounts of work in healthcare and health tech, and unless senior leaders in both the public and private sector have the mentality, and it sounds like you all do here in the public sector from hearing you this morning, of wanting and being open to work with each other, it will not happen. So that mindset needs to change. I don't know the best way to do that, but would love to hear.
Yeah,
thoughts from
no,
you guys.
I couldn't agree more. So that's one of the things that we do at the AHSN network. We're that bridge between the public and the private sector. And one of our key roles is to, probably best way to describe it would be dilute some of the skepticism that the public sector has with working with the private sector. And it's in the UK, it's very profound. When we engage with our systems, and we work very closely with people like AstraZeneca, and we come in and represent an idea that they have, the public sector can be skeptical, to say the least. And that really holds things back. But in terms of the net zero and the carbon reduction, we have set ourselves, the NHS that is, terrifyingly ambitious goal by 2030 to have all of the NHS as net zero, which my colleagues sweat every time they hear this sentence. So we're really looking at we're working again on the Sentinel Plus program with the inhalers with AstraZeneca, but we've recently been working with a really interesting Harvard and Oxford University collaboration called the E-Liability Institute. There is a famous accountant from Harvard called Robert S. Kaplan and a brilliant Oxford professor called Kartik Ramana. And the two of them have come together and written a paper about how we can start understanding the liability of carbon throughout the supply chain, and how we can understand and use financial accounting processes to track a product from cradle to grave, meaning from when you take those minerals out of the ground until it sits decomposing or not, as the case may be. And they've written some wonderful papers, I encourage you to all check it out, about how we can understand in the healthcare system and working with big pharma companies to know all of the streams into the healthcare system and how we can reach our hugely ambitious targets.
Can I add one more thing? Just one other thing I'd like to add. Your question was what can be done, right? I don't know if this is the same in Malaysia, in the public sector, but in Singapore and many other countries, grants and non-dilutive funding and this need to say we have to foster an environment of innovation does not do justice. And in fact, governments end up spending a lot more money and giving away money. And when I speak to various governments, I always ask them, why don't you say fail fast? Why don't you say no? Why don't you say no more funding? And what I seem to get is in the public sector, they want to be a little bit more kind and nice. So I think one of the lessons the public sector can learn from the private sector is enough is enough. In fact, I don't know if you all have seen the news recently, Pear Therapeutics, Tessa Therapeutics out of Singapore, hundreds of millions of dollars invested, and they've just shut it down. And many people are asking, why wasn't it shut down earlier? So I can't remember which minister mentioned this. He was spot on when he said it this morning. governments and the public sector need to provide that catalytic funding, that initial bit. But if you don't get validation from the private market, which will be a big part of your business, then you need to think, hey, have we got something completely wrong? And if it is, let's just shut down. Or do we have to pivot and do something about it? So I think that's something that the public sector can learn from the private.
Yeah, just coming in on that, absolutely agree in terms of knowing when to stop feeding these kind of inflated, stumbling Frankenstein companies that are not really going to go anywhere and they're just going to burst like a balloon. We've had to create some fairly rigorous thresholds for when we're looking to allocate for early stage innovation to make sure that they go up against and test the market early, because if not, we're spending money in the wrong place.
Vinod, do you want to add on?
You know, maybe the one thing I'll say here is what is different, maybe looking into the future, is digital is a huge enabler.
Right.
You know, sometimes decisions don't get made because you don't know how fast it's going to be implemented and how soon are you going to be able to see some returns and KPIs from these initiatives. Now, but with digital, you're able to implement and scale fast, and hence it can, you're able to implement initiatives faster and get that interest from not just the private sector but also from the government.
I think common theme ringing across all three speakers is collaboration between public and private sector is absolutely critical. Now I think I'm just going to move on from environment to topic relating to equality and accessibility. I think that's also a very, very important element in ensuring a sustainable healthcare system. Now, you know, in the last 10 years, the rich and poor gap in healthcare service coverage amongst women, children, newborn in low and middle income countries has nearly halved. Yeah? Now from 23% to 11%. This we're talking about the rich-poor gap. Now in Malaysia, of course, although our life expectancy generally increases over the years, it doesn't mean that we are necessarily healthier. So again, there are some stats here. It says that Malaysian newborn can expect to live up to 75 years compared to 71 years in 1990. Right? Today you live up to 75 years compared to what it was about 20 years ago. And 9.5% of those are estimated to be poor, to be spent on poor health. Yeah? And again, the additional years of life gained over the past 10 years are also not equally enjoyed across the population. I think that is a fact. Now, I think talking about rich and poor gap, accessibility, how do we get healthcare systems to those who need it, or healthcare service to those who need it? I'd like to sort of, move the questions to Vinod first. Again, around healthcare inequality. It poses a significant challenge in various regions. Again, in Malaysia, I think geographically, it's a bit of a challenge as well. Logistically, getting healthcare service and access to those who need. How is AstraZeneca Malaysia actively working to improve this access and bridge the gap between the urban and the rural areas? Yeah.
No, it's a very important topic, and if you look at what's happened in the pharmaceutical industry, we've been very good at R&D productivity, new products on the market, but how do you make sure that these products can reach as many patients and that need those products? I tend to look at this particular question in a couple of ways. If you look at it through the lens of the healthcare provider, with advancing science and new data, there is clearly a challenge to keep up with the latest and greatest, the guidelines, and how do you make sure that the healthcare professionals that are taking care of patients have the best information to take care of their patients in the most effective manner. So we've really built a backbone of digital infrastructure through a platform called Impact Academy, where we are making sure that information on various diseases, the latest guidelines, ability to listen to global experts through a digital platform. And that doesn't discriminate between whether you're in a city or in a rural area using this digital platform. So we are ensuring that the doctors that are practicing in the rural areas have the access to the same information that's available to a doctor that's practicing in KL, for example.
Right.
So that's one way we are doing and kind of flattening that information. The second bit is through for patients. Again, we are building healthcare portals for patients to access disease information, to access healthcare facilities that are nearby, to be able to do that from their phones. So they know where they can go for certain conditions. And clearly, as a pharmaceutical company, we can't market directly to the patient, right? So what we do here, and this is one of the learnings coming out of the pandemic, is we've gotten better at the infrastructure to hand over patients to the next person in the chain, right? So the patient comes to our portal, can search information, but now we can hand them over to a pharmacist or a nurse educator to counsel them on what they can do next. So the patient doesn't get lost in the system, right? And finally, probably one of the most important areas is on clinical trials. And this is an area where we want to make sure nobody is excluded in terms of access to the latest research and the trials that are happening all around the world. And we are investing in clinical trials in Malaysia in a big way, so making sure that the latest science can be studied in Malaysia. Doctors that get a hand on these products have early experience, so they can move to the latest therapies sooner than later. Right. So we've set up a clinical trials team in Malaysia. We are at this point of time conducting about 20 trials, and we want to get that number higher. There are a couple of hundred patients that are on these latest therapies that are being studied, and we want to increase that number. And this investment specifically for AstraZeneca is 50 million ringgits over the next couple of years. So we are really investing in developing the capacity and the capability to understand the latest products that are coming through the pipeline and making sure that it benefits the broader population.
Oh, that's interesting and really good to know in that sense. But how does that, what's your view from a healthcare practitioner perspective, right? He's talking about getting it there, but the users, how would you look at it?
So I think my answer is very simple, and it's one word, and it's patience. And I think I've heard the word product from Vinod. A minister in the morning said focus on product, product, product. I have to very respectfully disagree, and I think corporates, governments, private sector, all of us, we're all guilty of it. We forget actually, and maybe I say this because from my clinician hat, focus on the patient, on the patient, on the patient, not on the product. Of course, on the product as well, but focus on the patient. We do not often enough map out the patient journey. We do not often enough ask, what do our patients want? It will vary between geographies. In fact, even within a geography, it will vary. It will vary within our races and religious groups. It will, we have to be respectful of all of this. So map out what patients want, focus on that. Then figure out the product and the go-to-market strategy, the pricing. If you do that, you will ensure equality, accessibility, affordability. But if you don't focus on the patient, I think we can forget about it.
And I fully agree with that, and I think it goes along with the whole concept of developing a minimum viable product. Let's put it that way, right? You want to understand your customer first. You want there to be a product market fit, ultimately. So, yeah, I fully agree. It's patience, patience, patience. And from that perspective, Rodney, maybe you want to just jump in and...
Yeah, what we're talking about here is co-design.
Correct.
And again, a lot of innovators that come to us haven't done that. Yeah. And we have to send them back. If they want that real-world evidence before they even get there, they have to make sure that they've tested it and built it with the patients. Not built it from a retired doctor who hasn't practiced in years and thinks there's a great ROI in this section and kind of pushes a team into this product development. You need to have not just the patients co-developing, co-designing, but then you need to have the actual people who will be implementing it. And often that's healthcare assistants it's nurses, it's everything up to the doctors. So you have to have them in a collegiate way to help co-design from the beginning. If you don't, again, they're just going to bounce off the system and they're going to lose everyone's money.
See, again, the designing process will also be very different from your patients in the urban setting compared to the patients in the rural setting, right?
Yeah.
I mean, do you want to add on to that? Or what are your thoughts on that?
So I was actually going to say, before we even get to the design phase, right? So last year we did a global landscape study, and in fact, we looked at Malaysia, Israel, US, UK, Singapore, Australia, a number of countries. And we identified essentially 4 pillars, right? Again, as a doctor, ultimately, whatever all of us do, if it is not clinically adopted, that's a failure, right? And if you look at technologies around the world, if there's a minimum viable product, the chances of clinical adoption and use of that technology mainstream, commercialized, is only 10 to 20%. If we look earlier, it's somewhere between 2 and 5%, okay? Why? 4 things that need to be focused on. The first is ensuring that you have identified the right problem and clinically validating that problem you've identified as well as the proposed solution. We don't do that early. Second would be thinking about the IP that is existing already or that is generated. What is the value of that IP and what is the strategy behind that IP? The third is what regulatory pathway you'll need to follow depending on what kind of product it's going to be. And the fourth, which is the most often neglected, especially in the early stages, people think it's not needed, is the economic analysis, the health economic analysis of the product, the reimbursement and the pricing strategy. How is that going to come into play? You can do all of this before actually going and designing the minimum viable product. And that's why I think organizations like MOSTI, now that you all are thinking about doing this, I haven't seen any government in the region or internationally get it right. But I think it's imperative that you focus on these 4 even before the design.
Zubin, just to get you to add on what you just talked about, you have a good understanding of where we are in Malaysia at the moment. Do you have any sort of advice for us in terms of how can we do this design process better?
The design process or what I just described?
What you just talked about, yeah, the design process as well.
It comes back to ensuring that you identify the right partners, accepting that it's not the public sector alone nor the private sector. And once you identify those right partners, ensuring that you handhold these startups in an efficient route. I definitely agree with what Hitendra drew. It's like that, right? But this could take 5 years or this could take 2 years.
So it's patient and patience.
Yes, exactly.
But just to maybe build on to this, we can accelerate it if you think about it not just in the context of one country, but how you can think about this issue globally.
Right.
And one of the initiatives that we've embarked on as a company is the idea of a health innovation hub, which we call as a Catalyst network. So this is a network that's supported by AstraZeneca. It brings different players to the table to really address the problem statements that we are talking about. Right? And so we've got 20 such hubs all around the world, right? And what we are trying to do as a company is to help problem solve, to help connect and network all the different players that are coming to the table, and also learn from what we've learned from other markets, right? So let's say in Brazil, they may be working on something, a particular type of issue. In the UK, they may be focusing on something else. But how can we kind of learn from each other, and how can we, benefit from the power of the hub? So that's what we are trying to do through our Catalyst network. And, it's been in operation for the last few years. And we've really scaled up well to build a lot of new companies to the table. And we are not only helping them find the right investors, we're also helping them enter markets in a more efficient manner, right? So it's quite exciting to think about the types of problems we can solve, but not solving them in the context of just one market, but thinking about this more globally.
Understand. Again, out of curiosity, would there be any particular country or, a region that has successfully done this? No? I mean, all 3 spoke about it earlier, but I'm curious. I'm sure one have done it better than the other. Can you think of anyone?
I'm not going to say it's us. In case you're looking, it's definitely not.
Please.
So I'm unbiased, right?
Okay.
I'm not with any
Okay.
major corporate in the health space, right? Having looked at the landscape globally, I was sharing with you all this name. The only entity that I have seen do this well is a group in the US called Health Tech Arkansas. And it's out in the boonies. And we were talking about this last night, right, Hitendra? That sometimes it's not the Cleveland clinics and the Mayo clinics and Cedar Sinai who've come into Asia now. It's not the top centers that actually have the most success rates in health tech innovation. It's actually the ones out in the boonies. And Health Tech Arkansas, as far as I'm aware, because I've looked at this space for more than 10 years, is the only group that has managed to put most of the right stakeholders together, focus on these things early enough, and has the best quantifiable results if you look at how many from conceptualization to successful commercialization and sustainable commercialization. Whether it's AstraZeneca and others, many have this model that Vinod has described, but I'd be curious to see where all these corporate groups, when they quantify how many they started with, how many they screened, how many they selected, and how many were actually successful, then I wouldn't say there's any one particular government or private organization that has done it well yet.
Okay.
I think it's an evolution. If I could just say a couple of words on this. And there are a couple of things you need to think about. One is in the nature of non-communicable diseases, it's getting quite multidisciplinary, right? So you need different experts to come in to weigh in on a patient's situation and what's the right course of care. So what happens in the way things are set up right now is you go to a hospital, you go to this location, they ask you to go 5 floors, you do something else, and then you spend the rest of the day somewhere else. So in that process, it's not efficient. The patients, as it is, are dealing with a condition, don't have the stamina to do all of this. So one of the examples that has worked well is being able to redesign this. Zubin talked about this in terms of modular hospitals and keeping this handover at a place where it's seamless for the patient. So putting patients at the center of what their experience is in the hospital. So in China, AstraZeneca partnered with a local entity around diabetes management. So when a patient walks in, a high-risk diabetes patient, what happens to them? They get a blood screen, they get consultation, and then they get handed over to a few other physicians. How do you make sure that that process is seamless? And then you have a workflow that is established that can be scaled up in a very efficient manner. Now that company has now taken this framework and has set up thousands of these centers all around China, which means that it's better patient care, and you're catching patients early and you're treating them early.
Can I just add one other thing? I'm not sure whether even Rodney may be familiar with this. So when we did this global landscape study, I took a few really gold standard things in different countries, and one of them was the UK. There's something called the Small Business Research Initiative. So if you look at health technology and ultimately to get to clinical adoption, as a doctor and being in the health tech space, one of the biggest gaps or challenges is getting direct access to pilots and clinical trials, especially in the early stages. Right. Now, what we learned from the Small Business Research Initiative was very interesting. As you all start up as MOSTI, maybe consider as partners getting your groups, even in Malaysia. So first of all, there's amazing technology out of Malaysia. I don't know how many of you in this room even knew that one of the world's first AI-based stethoscopes was a Malaysian invention. Do people know that? No? Yeah. See, I mean, there's amazing stuff out here, right? But the ecosystem doesn't maximize the value that you can get. But essentially, work with a hospital group. I've actually spoken to APHM in the private side and MOH on the public side, right? Ensure you get a group of hospitals that give you that direct access and to pilots and clinical trials. Why is it a win-win-win for the startup, for the hospital, and for the VC if an institutional investor is going to come in? If you can build an ecosystem that has this, for the startup, they know if they work with you, they get that direct access to pilots and clinical trials. As part of that, you must implement this SBRI initiative, where if a hospital agrees to do a pilot or clinical trial with a product or a platform, they must also commit to being the startup's first customer if the pilot or clinical trial is successful. Now, some hospitals in Singapore, when I spoke to them about it, they said, oh, but we don't want to be committed. I said, but why are you scared? You determine what success is. So the control is still on the hospital side, that if we feel that it didn't work, it wasn't successful, we're not committed to buy. But if you do this, the startup now has direct access, so they accelerate trialing the product. The hospital can come up with a deal and say to the world, hey, we're really in the innovation space, plus agree with the startup that if we do become your first customer, we get a really good price, right? And the third winner is the VC or the investor, whoever invests, whether it's a family office, a VC, a bank, whatever, because they know, oh, if I invest in this company as part of this ecosystem, they get direct access, I'm also guaranteed the first customer. And in the investment world, that is what they're looking for, going from 0 to 1. So these are some ideas, just sharing.
Yeah, I just wanted to come in on that. The SBRI is a really good model, and we work very closely with them. And we broker those very clinical trials and make sure that that pathway is smooth. Just going back to something you were saying earlier about life expectancy, yes, and health inequalities. There's actually pockets of the UK at the moment where life expectancy over the last 10 years has consistently gone down and is going down. So we have a serious health inequalities issue, even within our county where we are in Cambridge. And the SBRI, when they're looking at what will be those return on investments, we've worked very closely with the Office of National Statistics to build a map of the UK and understand where those points of social deprivation are, target those people who are going to pop up in age 60 with a lung disease, maybe even lung cancer, CVD problems, and outreach to them. So the NHS is completely restructuring from a much more top-down to a community-based ICS structure. And I think there's a lot of good learnings from that. And it's a struggle, but we're getting there.
Thanks, Rodney. Unfortunately, I don't have much time left. I need to wrap up. But I think in wrapping up, I'd like to state that we've talked about environment, we've talked about equality, we've talked about digitalization, technology as a tool to enable all of this. I think just for the audience to take away with, perhaps if we could just, can I just sort of address these questions to all three of you around what exactly can we do as a country to ensure that we have a strong healthcare system, right? And you talked about the UK earlier as well as the, the decrease in life expectancy. That's just one example of how, the repercussions of not having a strong healthcare system, right? Not to say that it's not strong in this place, but, obviously there are room for improvements. But if there could be one thing that you could summarize and, for us to all to take away with, yeah? Maybe I'll start with Rodney.
It would definitely be co-design, and when you're asking about what innovation needs to be done, ask the nurses and the people who are treating the patients, and ask the patients, grassroots up rather than top down, or combination of top down and grassroots up.
Sure.
I would say maybe a slightly different take, strengthening primary care, focusing on early awareness, diagnosis and detection, so you're not waiting for diseases to show up in the later stages, right? So that could be a big focus to build sustainable healthcare systems.
For me, it's very simple. Work better together within the public sector as well as between the public and private sector.
With that, I think we have come to the end of the session. I think I'd like to thank all three of you. I had a list of questions. I wasn't able to finish it. But I think in summary, we've covered almost every aspect of the topic, which is about promoting a sustainable, equal, as well as a healthcare system that is developed through tech and innovation. Yeah? So with that, I will end this panel session with a big note of thank you.
Thank you very much. We would like to request that Ms. Zulira and our panel speakers to remain on stages for a second. And I would like to invite Yang Berbahagia, Datuk Technologist Dr. Muhammad Nur Azman Hassan onto the stage to present some mementos to our moderator and panel speakers. Thank you so much again for that very riveting topic. I'm sure a lot of our delegates are also looking forward to have a chat with our panel speakers. And for that, I would like to invite, ladies first, Ms. Zulira Bakat to step forward and receive your token of appreciation. Thank you so much. Well, if you actually go on YouTube, Ms. Zulira is also hosting some YouTube sessions. She's a really good moderator aside from being a really good CEO. Thank you so much, Ms. Zulira. Followed by Dr. Zubin J. Darwala. Thank you so much, Doctor, for your insight shared for this session. And of course, please welcome Mr. Vinod Narayanan. Thank you so much again for your participation, the country president for AstraZeneca's Number Hut. And of course, I didn't know that humor comes with the job. Mr. Rodney Kelly, thank you so much for also joining our guest panelists for this session. And we would like to invite all our speakers and our moderator and of course our Deputy Secretary General for a photo session before we invite the next panelist for the next session.
Good afternoon, everybody. Panelists, we are in a very dangerous position. We're in between the audience and also lunch. And we've been told that we have to finish within 12:40 because we should not keep the audience too long from lunch. We'll try. That's itself going to be a challenge, but we will try our best. Firstly, today we're going to just talk about commercialization. It's a very important topic. And we're going to talk about strategies and also how IP and branding can be used in order to assist commercialization. We have two esteemed panelists over here, and I would like to introduce them. I'll introduce T first. T has started his career with MyIPO, the Malaysian Patent Office, and he's got about 17 years of solid experience in the IP field. He then, once he finished MyIPO, he set up his IP firm called TIP, And they're one of the leading IP firms that assist Malaysian companies with protecting the IP rights. And then he went on to create a startup, which is called Valuing IP. And it is a startup that that promotes IP, well, it's a software that promotes IP valuation and IP financing. And then we have the other panelist, who is Manisha. Manisha is on a mission to advance humanity by nurturing tech and non-tech brands. In order to deliver the above mission, she has brought with her 27 years of experience in management consultancy, cutting across taxation, banking, transformation of Maybank, and all over 300 brands of all stages. Since 2011 with Brand Gigs Incorporation, she has been nurturing legendary brands that change the world with full-stack brand development and marketing technologies solutions. I'm going to end here. I'm not going to go on because we don't have that much of time. Firstly, let me just start off by asking T, the first question.
Yes, Doctor.
IP valuation, I mean, IP itself. Normally when people think of IP, they think of protection. They think, I mean, IP is used for protection. But maybe you can just elaborate a bit more. How IP can actually be used for commercialization of technologies?
Sure, okay, IP generally is a type of intangible assets. So just like your tangible asset, your property, your shop lot, your land, it can be sold. So in IP term, we call assignment, or it could be rented. Rent means licensing. For branding is franchising. So you must understand there are different types of IP rights, such as patents, trademarks, designs, and copyright. So when it comes to branding, so if you have an IP, you can use it as a branding to differentiate your products or services from your competitors. So on top of that, IP is also territorial in characteristics, which means if you only protect it in Malaysia, your protection is in Malaysia. But if you do it elsewhere, like overseas, so you have the competitive advantage through IP to commercialize your product and services in other market or global market as well. So this is essentially what I think IP can be used as commercialization. And of course, most importantly, if your company has IP, you will attract investors, because investors will love companies that have IP portfolio or have proper IP protections. Yeah.
Back to you, Tato. Thanks. Manisha, from your experience working with the universities and also startups, what are the challenges when you want to commercialize the technologies, especially using branding in a way to assist in the commercialization process?
Okay, I'm going to do it slightly differently. Okay, I'm going to ask, to answer that question, I'm going to ask the audience, okay, this obvious question. What is the name of the brand that was founded by Larry Page and Sergey Brin? Kuat sikit? Google, right? Okay, does anyone know who John Kleinberg is? Anyone knows John Kleinberg? Okay, I'm going to tell you a little bit of story to answer that question. Okay, as you guys know, Sergey Brin met Larry Page when he was a student guide, and he was trying to get Larry Page to join Stanford. And that was in August 1995. And then when Larry Page decided to do his PhD with Stanford, so what Larry Page did was he looked at what he was most interested in. And at that point of time, World Wide Web was out. And he was very, very curious about how pages were being linked. And there was backlinks to other pages, and how this became kind of like a web graph. And from this research curiosity, what Larry Page did was he basically started working on what we know now as PageRank. And what's interesting is that he actually launched the first version of Google 1 year from the time he met Sergey Brin. And do you know that he gave the name Google based on a mathematical component called Google, because of the fact that he saw that with PageRank, he'd be able to actually scale the credibility of research. And here's another interesting fact. His research curiosity was actually based on the fundamentals of bibliometrics. And I think any academics here can say that the foundation of any research is really in the credibility of your citation, correct? And interestingly, in 1997, about a year before, they actually started the company, okay? So he's already gone out, he's actually crawled the web, and he's started testing out the market with what we know now as PageRank. In 1997, John Kleinberg, who was actually doing a research on authority sources, he just completed his draft seminal paper. He arranged a meeting with Larry Page to compare notes. That's what academics like to do, right? When we know somebody else is studying the same thing, we'll compare notes. And his advice to Larry Page was, you should publish this, you should publish your thesis. But guess what? Google has already gone out to market, and by 2004, they've already IPO'd. By 2011, do you want to guess what happened? Google actually issued a research grant to Cornell University, where John Kleinberg helped them to actually improve PageRank. So my answer to that is start your branding